I don't know if you know this, but AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. Chat, we're back. We're back for another day, another dollar, and another day in this crazy case, the Julio Foolio murder trial. Today is day 5. They are in the courthouse. They are ready to go. Alicia is there. The state is there. Everybody is there. I believe we are picking it up on witness 35. So we were in the middle of testimony yesterday, and we're starting to pick it up today. Today's going to be a little bit interesting. I do need to break because your girl is going on the news. Okay. Fox Orlando has asked me to jump on mid-afternoon, right around lunchtime. So I'll keep you guys posted. We will split the stream into a morning session and an afternoon session so I can hop on their platform and do that. But that being said, let us jump on in. Good morning to everybody coming on in. Make sure you hit the like button, like the screen, like the stream, so that way this gets out to more people. All right, chat, let's do it. Another day. Let's see what shenanigans are in store for us today.
In here. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Boosting the audio.
All right, state's here, defense is here, Miss Andrews is present. You guys ready to go?
Just need a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, hang on. Remove this.
Okay.
There we go. She is in a sweater today. I wonder if the courtroom is cold. These are long days for defendants, by the way. By the time you get back to the jail, you barely have time to eat, shower, all of that stuff. Very long days for defendants. Good morning, Anna. Down South Diaries is in here. Tyree, Lumberty, that's me. They really do. Alicia does not look happy at all. I think we left off with Christopher Dryback. He was witness 36. And they are expected to only have 4 people today. So we might actually get it started with the defense team as well. Do we have any TiVo time that we can use? Slow start for them this morning.
Okay, very good. State, you ready to proceed?
The only thing's gonna be, probably, it would be okay to have the rifles brought over here.
Sure.
The rifles.
And then Judge Eidler and Bayless, I'm gonna ask at some point, when I'm publishing the rifles, to have them removed from the bags.
Okay. Okay, you ready to go?
Just need the rifles brought over.
All right, you bring the rifles over,
Yes, Judge, I'm
please,
just gonna
deputy.
unlock them and then.
You're bringing rifles to court today.
That's fine. Are these, are the bags marked for these?
She put 56 and 57.
That actually makes sense, honey.
Oh, good.
They're covering the neck tattoos.
Also,
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
We need the TV on.
all rise. Jury is in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. All right, on the overnight recess, did anybody watch, listen to, read any news or social media accounts related to this case? Talk to anybody about anything related to this case or do any independent investigation about this case? Okay, very good. Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Amara Drew.
This is witness 37.
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
Amara Drew,
Can you spell both names, please?
Amara-Drew.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE for short, in their firearms section.
Okay, and FDLE, is that a statewide agency, law enforcement agency here in Florida?
It is.
Does that agency maintain crime laboratories throughout the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there one here at the Tampa Bay Regional Center here in Tampa?
There is.
Now, that laboratory, is it contained within a larger complex?
Yes, the investigations is also housed there.
All right. Can you tell the jurors, first of all, your educational background?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science from Westchester University in Forensic and Toxicological Chemistry. After completing my school education, I completed on-the-job training in the field of firearms and tool marks examination, which I successfully completed.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors your work history?
So I started working in the firearms field in April of 2019 with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms unit. After employment there, I was employed with the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory, again in their firearms unit. And then I joined FDLE in June of 2023, again with their firearms unit.
So with both the laboratory in Idaho and the laboratory in North Carolina, are those laboratories similar to FDLE that accept evidence from law enforcement agencies?
That is true.
All right. And so this is a public-funded, publicly ran laboratory in both of those states?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you first about your time at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory. How many years were you there?
I was there from April of 2019 till July of 2020.
Did you receive training at that laboratory when you started there in the area of firearms examination and identification?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors about that training?
So my training included readings, practical assessments of comparisons of cartridge cases, functionality of different types of firearms, the assembly, disassembly, serial number restoration, and all of that was written tested, practical tested, which ended with a competency test and a mock trial, which I successfully completed all of that.
What positions did you hold in that laboratory?
I was a contract grant employee in their firearms unit.
And did you conduct actual casework?
I did.
In your casework there at that laboratory, did you work with firearms that were being submitted by law enforcement agencies and firearm components such as fired cartridge cases or projectiles or jacketing?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion during that time period to work on guns such as the Glock manufactured pistol and AR platform weapons?
I've worked with those firearms before, yes.
Moving on to North Carolina State Crime Lab. First of all, what part of the state were you in? What part was that laboratory located in?
It was located in Hendersonville, so the western side of the state near Asheville, North Carolina.
What years did you work there?
I was employed there from July.
Going through her CV right now because they're going to tender her in as a firearms expert. So let's see what comes out of this testimony.
Of 2020 till May of 2023.
Did you receive any training, additional training when you arrived there?
When I arrived in North Carolina, I did an expedited training program with more practical assessments and written tests to show that I was competent in the type of examinations that I said I was trained in Idaho.
Were you able to meet their proficiency standards?
I was.
Did you conduct actual casework there?
I did.
When you left that laboratory, is that when you came here to Florida to work at the FDLE?
That's correct.
And your job here at FDLE, has it always been in Tampa?
Yes,
So you started here in Tampa and you're still there in Tampa.
that is correct, yes.
Is there a laboratory maintained by the FDLE in Jacksonville?
There is, yes.
Same type of laboratory as here?
Yes, sir.
In the laboratory here, in the laboratory in Jacksonville, you work in the firearms section, correct?
The laboratory here in Tampa, I work in firearms, but Jackson.
I'm sorry, here in Tampa.
Yeah,
and
but
in
Jacksonville has a firearms section as well.
And they maintain other disciplines in those laboratories, is that correct?
That is correct.
Such as DNA analysis and other areas.
Correct. Each
think-
lab has multiple disciplines.
I believe the DNA laboratory is known as the biology laboratory.
Yes.
So let's talk about your time here at FDLE. When you came to FDLE, did you have to undergo any additional training?
Upon my employment with FDLE, I went through an assessment period to show that, again, that I can do the type of examination that I said I was trained to do. And then upon completing that assessment, I did 6 months of supervised casework within my training period as well. And then I successfully completed all of that and was released for casework.
Can you explain what supervised casework, what that term means?
So supervised casework means that I have hands-on actual cases under a qualified examiner that has already been released at that laboratory. So it's real casework, and they're going behind and verifying that we are conducting the examinations as we are supposed to and accurately.
Do you, while you're employed at FDLE and have been, do you continue to receive additional and annual training?
We do.
Do you keep abreast of current trends and new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis and identification?
I do.
Do you, as an analyst, undergo proficiency testing at the FDLE on some periodic basis?
We do, yes.
Can you explain that, please?
So every year we get an annual proficiency test. So that's an external test we receive from a company in the field for comparison examination. And that is done every year. So we are tested on whether or not we can come to the accurate conclusion on doing microscopic comparisons. And then throughout our 4-year cycle, we are also tested on our serial number restoration internally, or that's externally, I apologize, and then internal proficiency competency testing for other services we offer, like function testing, measuring barrel and overall length, and our database entry.
Have you ever had any problem with your proficiency testing?
I have not.
Have you met all proficiency standards while employed at FDLE?
I have.
Is there, well, first let me go back. Is the FDLE laboratory itself, does it hold certifications as a laboratory?
Our laboratory is accredited, yes.
Accredited, I'm sorry, accreditations.
Yes.
And are those accreditations that are set by an external agency or agencies?
They are.
And is there an auditing process that the firearms section undergoes and that the laboratory undergoes?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain that?
Yes, so we are on a 4-year accreditation cycle. So there's an external body that comes in and does a big audit for us every 4 years. There are smaller ones throughout the 4-year cycle as well to just make sure we're still following our standards. But the big one comes through and they go over all of our standard operating procedures, our training manuals, our casework and stuff to verify that we are conducting our examinations the way we say we are in our SOPs, as well as that our SOPs align with the international standards that are set forth.
SOP, standard operating procedure.
Yes, sir.
In addition to that auditing process, are there internal FDLE auditing that occurs?
There is, yes.
Does that involve other laboratories?
It does.
How does that work?
So our internal audits happen every year, and analysts, firearms analysts from our other regions will come to our laboratory and audit us to make sure us as a Tampa Bay laboratory are following the operating procedures as well.
Do you participate in the auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate, yes.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms and tool mark examination, analysis, and identification?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 15.
In what jurisdictions?
There's probably about 8 to 9 in North Carolina and the remaining here in Florida.
How many total times have you conducted comparisons and analysis of firearms or firearm components?
I've worked hundreds of cases. So there's thousands of comparisons and hundreds of firearms I've examined.
Your Honor, I would tender Mr. for voir dire.
Any questions?
No.
Proceed.
So you've previously described where you work here in Tampa. Can you tell us where the laboratory is located here in Tampa?
It's located about 20 minutes from here, near the Buck Stadium.
It's on North Lois?
Yes,
And would it be just to the north or northwest of Hillsborough Community College?
yes.
Or it may be known as Hillsborough College now, I'm not sure. When evidence is brought to that laboratory in that complex by law enforcement agencies, such as the Tampa Police Department, can you explain to the jury how that evidence is taken into the laboratory?
So when an agency brings evidence to our laboratory, it comes in through our evidence intake section. We have evidence technicians there that will accept the evidence, log it into our LIM system, which is our laboratory information management system, with what the items are coming in, the description that the agency has provided for said items, and that's the initial entry into our system that is tracked so we can follow where the evidence is within our laboratory. Once it comes into the laboratory and it's given its FDLE case number, and each item in the case is given its own item number, it is stored in the evidence vault until it is checked out by an analyst.
All right, and so you said vault, is that a secure area?
It is.
And so now you've mentioned a FDLE number. So when a piece of evidence or pieces of evidence, items of evidence are brought to the laboratory and submitted, is there an FDLE number that is created and assigned to that case?
That is correct, yes.
And is that a unique number to that case?
Yes, each case gets its own number.
The individual items of evidence as they are brought in, are they assigned an item number, an FDLE item number?
They are, yes.
And does that item number, does it, in your generated reports, is it associated to an agency exhibit number?
It is, yes.
And so the agency is required, when they bring that in, to fill out some type of a form that is generated by FDLE?
That is correct. We
Is
get
that-
that information on what's called a case tracking form.
Case tracking form, and I believe an evidence submission form?
That's not something I would see. That comes in the evidence intake section. The form I see is the case tracking form.
So they have to assign to it an evidence or a exhibit number of their own?
That is correct.
Okay. And if there's some discrepancy in their exhibit number that they provided, how do you go about resolving that?
If there's an item discrepancy issue, we will reach out to the agency to verify that what we have is an item discrepancy, and we will return the evidence unworked until they can fix that item and return it correctly so their description and item numbers match up.
If that occurs, is that noted in your report that you generate?
That is correct, it is.
When you conduct analysis of firearms or firearm components such as ammunition, do you in fact generate a report that indicates your results?
I do, yes.
Does that report contain the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it contain the submitting agency's report number
It does.
for that case?
It does.
Does it commonly contain a description of the offense that it's related to?
Yes.
Does it sometimes contain the name of a victim if it's a crime involving a victim?
If provided by the agency, yes.
Also in the report, does it indicate who the officer is that's submitting the agent or the evidence
Yes.
and the date that it was submitted?
Yes.
In this case, did you in fact conduct analysis on multiple submissions from two different agencies and produce multiple laboratory reports?
I did, yes.
So I'm going to go to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688 laboratory report dated December 26, 2024.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Your Honor, may she refer to her notes or her report? If you want to have your report in front of you while you're testifying, that's fine. If you refer to it, please let us know.
Okay.
So in that case, who was the submitting agency?
This case was submitted to us by the Tampa Police Department.
And was evidence received or submitted to the Tampa Bay Laboratory here in Tampa on September 18th of 2024?
Sorry, I'm referring. I apologize, there's two reports in this case. One of the submissions was received on September 18th, 2024.
I was going to ask you to hold that open because you may need to refer to your notes. I was going to ask, who is the submitting officer?
So for the one submitted on September 18th, the submitting officer, I believe, is Juan Ramos.
And was that in reference to a certain offense?
Yes.
And was that offense described generally in your report?
Yes.
Was it described as a death investigation, Hillsborough County, June 23rd, 2024?
It was, yes.
Okay. Now, on that report, you have the unique FDLE number you've indicated to us, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The agency number is documented?
Overall, go ahead.
Is the agency number documented in that report?
The agency number is, yes.
What is the Tampa Police Department agency number?
The agency number provided to me was 24-365605.
What was the item that was received by FDLE?
In this case, I received a fired cartridge case.
And in your report, did you assign an FDLE item number to that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does have an FDLE item number.
What is that number?
In this submission, it was FDLE item 7.
And what was the agency's accompanying exhibit number for that item?
The provided agency exhibit number was 1847503-5.
Did you conduct analysis on that cartridge case and
I did.
examine it?
I did.
Okay. When you conduct an analysis of an item such as a shell casing, in this case, how do you go about obtaining that evidence, or how do you end up bringing it or transporting it to your lab?
So after the evidence comes into our lab, it gets stored in that evidence vault. When I'm assigned a case by my supervisor, I will then take the file with the case tracking form that I received and bring it to the evidence window, where I will then check the evidence out from one of our technicians, and it is digitally tracked in that lab information management system, LIMS, that I mentioned. And once I go ahead and digitally sign for that evidence, I will then take it to my personal lab space, where I will either begin working on it or store it in my locker until I'm ready to work on it.
All right. When the item is processed into the evidence section, is there some type of a label that's generated and placed on the packaging that the item is in?
There is, yes.
And, okay, first of all, I'm gonna move to published states 14, Your Honor.
Okay?
Now, when you receive items such as firearm components, ammunition, fired cartridge cases or projectiles, are they commonly submitted in packaging that is similar to what I'm holding up in states 14?
Yeah, that is a common type of packaging we receive.
A paper evidence envelope?
Yes, it could be that, a plastic bag, a brown paper bag.
So publishing states 14, do you see the FDLE label?
Yes, I do.
Is it the yellow label?
It is.
What is this number on the top here where the pin is pointing?
So that is the given case number, FDLE case number that is assigned to it when it enters the laboratory.
And the number 7?
That is its given item number from FDLE.
And this line below the number 7?
So that is our barcode because we digitally transfer everything via the system. So that's how we scan our evidence to be able to transfer it.
And on the label, does the label indicate the submitting agency?
It does.
And in this case, who's the submitting agency that's indicated?
Tampa Police Department.
And is the Tampa Police Department's case number also included?
That is correct.
Is that just below where it reads Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And then the item number below that, would that in fact be the TPD exhibit number?
Yes, that's the agency exhibit number.
Below that packaging, there is some writing there that appears to duplicate the FDLE number.
That's correct.
Is that your handwriting?
That is. I will mark evidence when I begin to work it with the agency case number, or apologies, the FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
This is your initials above my finger?
That is.
When you retrieve the evidence and bring it to your laboratory, how do you go about opening an item such as this?
So when I receive the evidence, I will take it to my area. I will verify that the information on that label and on the packaging matches what I have on the case tracking form. Once I verify that I have the correct evidence, I will then proceed to open it. I will cut the package open, trying to avoid any seals that are existing on the packaging, and verify again that I have the correct evidence, and then I will fill out the appropriate worksheet for the type of evidence I received.
Okay. So in this case, publishing states 14, we see evidence tape up here that reads evidence. But we also see tape here that appears to have a DLE. Do you recognize that evidence tape?
Yes, I do.
And do you know where that came from?
That would be the seal I placed on it.
Okay, and are those your initials
They are.
and the date?
Yep, that is the date I sealed the evidence.
All right, so this is when you finished your analysis and conducted all the work you did on this case, you placed it back into that envelope
Correct.
and then resealed it.
Correct.
So this is the area where you had opened the envelope,
That is correct.
and you used that area to avoid the tape that was already on the envelope?
I try to, yes.
All right. Now, when you're confirming that the information matches your submitting forms from the agency, are you using their labeling to do that?
I'm using their labeling, our labeling, any information provided to try to verify that I have the correct evidence.
Before opening the package and before beginning your analysis, do you don some type of protective gear?
Generally, we will wear gloves to protect our hands from anything that potentially could be on the evidence.
Now, in States 14, there is a smaller envelope contained within. I want to ask you about that, so I'm going to publish this item. And I'll ask you first of all, do you see any markings on that smaller envelope that you recognize?
So that's my initials and date in my handwriting from where I sealed the envelope.
So this is evidence from FDLE or evidence tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're initialing it and dating, it appears that you're putting part of that on the tape and part on the envelope.
That is correct.
Why do you do that?
I do that to verify that if there is any, tampering or whatnot, you can still see that I marked it at some point, so I try to do on both the tape and the envelope.
And then on the other side, do you do the same thing?
That's correct.
Removing the item and publishing. Do you see something on that cartridge case?
Yes, those are my markings that I marked with the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials for that item.
Okay. For now, I'm going to leave it published. What is that item?
That is a cartridge case that I received.
All right. And has it been fired?
It has, yes.
How do you know that?
There is a firing and impression and other marks on it to indicate that it has been fired.
Can you describe for us where that marking is it indicates? You said a firing pin mark?
So the firing and pin impression is that D shape that you see that kind of looks like it sinks into the cartridge case a little bit. That is where the firing pin strikes, and that is what we refer to as the firing pin impression.
So I want to ask you about this. What part of the cartridge case is this that we're looking at?
So this is the head of the cartridge case. It is the part that would be seated against the breech face of the firearm.
And is that commonly known as a head stamp?
The head stamp is the markings that are on that, where you see the MXT and the other writing is considered the head stamp.
So the indentation in the middle of that cartridge case, that is something that is left by some component of the firearm?
That is correct.
And that would be the firing pin?
Yes, that indentation is from the firing pin.
All right. Now, on the top of the cartridge case, I really can't point to it because it's so small, but it reads MXT. What does that stand for, and what is that there for?
I believe it's Max Tech is the manufacturer of that ammo. It is just the company that makes that cartridge case.
So it's a way of branding the cartridge case?
That is correct.
You've described the cartridge case in your report as a 9mm Luger, is that right?
That is correct.
Caliber.
That is correct.
All right. On the head of the cartridge case, we see the indentations 9X19. What does that stand for?
So that's 9x19. That's indicating that it is a 9mm, and the 19 is indicating the case length. It's just another name for 9mm Luger, but it means the same thing.
On heads of cases like this from different manufacturers, do you sometimes just see 9mm
You can, yes.
or 9mm Luger?
You can, yes.
All right. So all of those stand for the same thing?
That is correct,
All
yes.
right. And do you know what the 23 is on there?
I do not remember that.
Okay. Possibly something proprietary to that brand?
It could possibly be the year.
Overall, go ahead.
It could possibly be the year it was that specific cartridge lot was made, but I'm unsure exactly what the 23 means.
Now, you talked about this being manufactured by Max Tech. Are there other companies that produce handgun ammunition?
Yes,
Are there other companies that produce 9mm ammunition?
yes.
Can you tell us some of those companies?
There's Remington, CCI, Spear, Sig Sauer, Federal, PMC. There's a lot of companies that make 9mm caliber.
Winchester, is that one of them?
Yes,
Or Fiocchi or Fiocchi, depending on
Yes.
how you pronounce it?
Sustain the objection, rephrase.
Yes. Are Winchester and Fiocchi, are those manufacturers of ammunition?
those are also manufacturers, yes.
Do those companies make 9mm ammunition?
They do.
So not an exhaustive list, but there are, would it be fair to say there are several companies that manufacture 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
to move on to another December 26, 2024 laboratory report that you produced. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number 2024-040-3556. All right, you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, what was the agency number?
The associated agency case number provided to me was, again, I'm referring to my notes, 24-031826.
And what agency was the submitting agency?
This was from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Was that item or items, were they submitted to the FDLE laboratory in December?
Are we referring to which submission?
On that report, does the report indicate that
She
the
is
evidence
asleep
was
today.
submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay.
The one submitted on December 10th, 2024? Is that the,
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. Okay. Yes, December 10th.
okay, yes.
Okay. And was that by a C.G. Morris?
It was, yes.
And what was included in that submission?
This submission contained 2 fired cartridge cases.
What was the full description given in your report?
I described them as 2 fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases, and they were designated as items 9.1 and 9.2.
All right. And generally, what was the FDLE item number for those?
They came in as an item 9, FDLE.
And what was the agency exhibit number that was accompanying that?
The agency exhibit number I received was 8-50.
Were those items at some point transported from the Jacksonville laboratory to the Tampa Bay laboratory by FDLE personnel?
They were.
And were they placed into the evidence section at the Tampa laboratory or brought directly to you?
They would go through the evidence section.
And at some point, so you have to check them out to conduct your analysis?
That is correct.
Okay. Publishing states 58. Would you agree with me that this is another evidence envelope?
It is, yes.
Do you see the FDLE label?
I do.
And is that in reference to the submission we're talking about?
It is, yes.
Does it have the unique FDLE number?
It does.
Does it have the item number?
It does.
Does it have the submitting agency
Yes.
and their case number?
Yes.
And the item or exhibit number from the agency?
Yes.
And just like with the other packaging, do you see your FDLE number, the item number, and your initials that you wrote on this package?
I do.
And is there a date or, no, I'm sorry, is there an item indicated below that?
Yes.
So you have number 9 and then you have 9.1 through 9.2?
That is correct.
Do you see your FDLE tape where you resealed this package?
I do.
And you did that after your work was completed?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm just going to hold on to it. States 58, publishing contents. to line these up so you can see the markings. Do you recognize the markings on these cartridge cases?
The one with the blue right there, no, yes, both of them, that is my handwriting of the associated FDLE case number, item number, and my initials.
And so this consists of two fire cartridge cases?
That is correct, yes.
All right. All right. Now, what we're looking at would be the head of each of those cartridge cases?
That is correct.
Is that correct? All right. On this, the heads of both of those cartridge cases, first of all, do we see indications that those were fired?
Yes,
All right, in the same area?
yes.
Now, the area where we see that fire pin impression, what is that area of the cartridge case?
So that is the primer of the cartridge case. That's the area where the fire pin strikes, and that striking causes an ignition or an explosion, which ignites the powder that is housed in the unfired cartridge, and that burns, which expands and projects the projectile out.
All right. And so the powder, the gunpowder would be, in the cartridge case, would be above the primer?
Correct.
And then it would be in contact with the primer?
It'll be inside, seated on the inner part of the cartridge case, but yes, it'll come on contact to the inner part of the head of the cartridge case.
And was that the same true for the cartridge case we looked at in item number 14?
That is correct,
Stage
yes.
14, okay. And again, we see indications here that a firing pin has struck that primer on both these?
Yes,
Now, on these heads of these cartridge cases, do we see head stamps indicating the manufacturer?
we do.
And where is that, or can you describe it to us?
The manufacturer of these would be the FC, which is federal.
Okay, so FC Federal Corporation or Company?
Yeah,
All right. Now, is the caliber designated on these cartridge cases?
it is, yes.
And is it different than what we saw in the other cartridge case?
It's the same caliber, but written differently, so on this instance, they're written as the 9mm Luger.
Okay, so 9mm Luger on both.
Correct.
Okay. Did you conduct analysis of these two items?
I did.
Did you do comparisons of the items where you compared them to each other?
I did.
And what were your findings or results?
For the items 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases, I identified them to each other.
What does that mean?
That means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. And then,
Uh-oh.
did you compare them to item 14, which was the shell casing that we looked at earlier that had the MXT on it?
Would that be the item 7 from FDLE?
Yes, I'm sorry, I need to refer to your report. This would be your FDLE report number 307688, item 7.
Yes, I did do a comparison between 9.1 and 9.2 from the FDLE case number 24435556 to that item 7 cartridge case in the other case.
And what were the results of your comparison?
I concluded that they were identified to each other,
And what does that mean?
meaning that all of them were fired from the same firearm.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Were you able to determine with all three of those exhibits whether they demonstrated in any of the markings on the casings class characteristics consistent with being fired by a certain brand of pistol?
I was, yes.
What were your findings as to that?
I determined that those cartridge cases displayed class characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, but among possible others, but generally Glock.
Okay. And that would include your item 7 in states 14 and your item 9.1 and 9.2 in states, I believe it was 58.
Yes, sir.
Sure, yes, 58. All right. Did you indicate the results that you've just testified to in both of those reports?
I did,
And is that in a cross-reference section of the report?
yes.
All right, now I want to move, and I know you generated several reports dated January 9th of 2025, is that correct?
I'd have to verify the dates. Yes.
All right, so I want to go first to your FDLE number 2024-030-7688. And this is Tampa Police Department Agency number 365605.
That is what I have, yes.
All right, and that would be the same submitting agency and report number and FDLE number as your item 7 came from, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Under this report, did the FDLE Tampa Bay lab receive evidence on August 21st of 2024 and also on December 19th of 2024?
That is correct.
And who submitted that evidence?
It looks like both were submitted by Juan Ramos.
All right. And were there FDLE item numbers generated in that report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9.
That is correct.
All right. So
Hold on. Can y'all wish Bam Bam good luck? He got a job interview today. We are out here getting jobs. Drop some shamrocks in the chat for
I
him.
want to start with your item 1. What was the description that you placed in your report for item 1?
Love Bam Bam.
Noted item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket.
What was the description for item 2?
I noted 1 bullet core,
Item 3
1 bullet core,
and item 4.
1 fired bullet jacket.
Can you explain to the jury what a fired bullet jacket is?
So a fired bullet jacket is the outer coating of a traditional bullet. It kind of can be thought of like an M&M, like the candy coating on an M&M, and then you have the chocolate core. So that candy coating is what's similar to the jacket. So it's that outer area of the projectile.
I hate when they describe things like that. Don't use food.
Now, I want to go back real quick, if you can, with your 1 through 4 items. So item 1, FDLE item number, was there an accompanying agency exhibit number?
There is, yes.
And what is that?
I was provided 1847587-8.
And for item 2?
1847587-13.
And for item 3?
1847587-14.
And for item 4?
1847587-15.
And you've indicated that items 2 and 3 are 1 bullet core per each item. What is a bullet core?
So a bullet core is that inner portion of a projectile, typically lead, but it can be other materials, that is covered by that jacket. So back to that M&M analogy, it would be that chocolate inside.
Now, items 5 and 6, I want to talk to you about those. Were those firearms that were submitted in this case from Tampa Police Department where there was a labeling discrepancy like we talked about earlier?
There was, yes.
How did you remedy that?
It was remedied by reaching out to the agency indicating that their labels did not match the information provided on the box and what was in the box. The items were returned to the officer to remedy the situation and fix their labeling.
Did it appear that the agency's exhibit number for those had been inverted?
I'll roll, go ahead.
Yes,
So did Detective Ramos come back and resubmit under the appropriate agency exhibit number?
that is correct,
Those
yes.
two firearms?
I
Yes.
want to hear from Detective
And
Ramos.
those became 8 and 9?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So let's go to item 8. What is the Tampa Police Department agency exhibit number for that?
The item 8 is 1849583-2.
And what is the description that you provided for that item?
Item 8 was Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF-15, with the serial number D00000123, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases not examined.
Okay. Is it common or uncommon to receive test-fired bullets and cartridge cases with submitted firearms?
It depends on the agency.
Okay, but that's something you have seen before?
It is, yes.
When you receive a firearm from a law enforcement agency and they've test-fired the gun for whatever purposes, you're not going to do anything with those test fires, with the bullets and the cartridge cases?
No, we will generate our own test fires for examination purposes.
Okay. So let's move on to Exhibit 9, or I'm sorry, your item number 9. Can you give us the accompanying agency exhibit number for that?
1849583-1.
In the original submissions, were the last 2 digits, the 2 and the 1, were those the item, or the numbers that were inverted on the agency exhibit numbers?
That is correct.
So it was simply just changing those 2 numbers and resubmitting?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so for your item 9, can you give us your description of that item?
Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15, with the serial number 20189-158, and 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases not examined.
Same thing, test fires?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. That caliber, 5.56, is that commonly called either 5.56 or 5.56?
Yes, it can be, yes.
And the NATO designation, is that the official caliber, 5.56 NATO?
That is.
And is that how you mark that or indicate its caliber?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And the Anderson manufacturing rifle is in 300 blackout caliber. Is that a caliber that is or can be chambered in AR-15 platform rifles
That is correct.
or firearms?
Yes,
Okay. And is that something you've seen in your work?
I have, yes.
Are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
So I want to go back to your items 1 through 4. The 2 fired, I'm sorry, looking at the wrong report. The 1 fired bullet jacket under item 1, the 1 fired bullet jacket under item 4, and then the 2 that you've indicated were 1 bullet core, and that's items 2 and 3. Did you examine and analyze these items?
I did.
Did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results of the comparison?
I determined that the item 1 and 4 fired bullet jackets were inconclusive to each other, and that the items 2 and 3 bullet cores were no value.
Okay. Why were the bullet cores of no value?
So bullet cores are generally of no value because they are not the part of the projectile that's coming into contact with the firearm. It, again, is covered with the jacket coating So during firing, sometimes the jacket and the core can become separated. So the jacket part is what would be of value, and the core is just of no value because it's not the part coming in contact.
Going back to the items 1 and 4, the fired bullet jacket. Excuse me. You indicated they were inconclusive to each other. Were they also inconclusive to item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle?
That is correct.
Now, what does the term inconclusive mean?
The term inconclusive means that there were similar class characteristics, and those are the features that are determined prior to manufacturing. So for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the grooves of the rifling, which helps with stability of the projectile, that number, the width of them, the direction of twist is all determined prior to manufacturing. So those are their class characteristics. So in this instance, they were the same. However, the individual detail, the finer, more specific detail that we would use to potentially ID or eliminate a projectile to a firearm was very limited, and I just didn't have enough, there's not enough information to come to a more definitive conclusion.
So the lack of definitive specific information would be on the jacketing.
Correct.
Okay. And that would be items 1 and 4.
That is correct.
All right. So you could not eliminate them as having been fired by the same firearm, or eliminate them as having been fired by item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 rifle?
Correct. I couldn't eliminate or identify. I couldn't come to any conclusion.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, they all share in common the class characteristics.
That is correct.
So if you could generally, just for folks who may not know, can you describe or explain what rifling is and where it's located on the firearm?
So rifling is the grooves cut down the barrel of the firearm. So that's the part of the firearm that the projectile will travel down, or the bullet will travel after it's been fired. And they're grooves cut in a kind of helical twist motion to allow stability of the projectile during its flight path.
So the number of those grooves, the width of the grooves, and the direction of the spiraling can be different per firearm.
It can be, yes.
Right. And these two jacketed items, or the two jacketing items in 1 and 4, and the rifle, all share those in common.
They did.
The same direction, same number, and same width of the rifle, of
Yes.
the rifling grooves.
Yes.
Okay.
Their class characteristics were consistent.
All right. So I want to go kind of center in on item 4, the bullet jacket, one of those two items. Were you able with that bullet to determine its caliber class?
I was, yes.
And what was its caliber class?
I determined that the item 4 bullet is a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
Would the 22 5mm caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would, yes.
So what is a caliber class? I guess I should ask you that first.
So a caliber class is a class of projectiles or ammunition based on the diameter of the bullet. So for this, the diameter is approximately .222, like that 22 caliber size projectile. So all of those are based on the diameter of the bullet itself.
Let me go ahead and walk through this. I'm going to publish several of our exhibits under States 33. I'm going to start with 33A. Do you see this on this envelope, the FDLE label that's associated to the submission and report we've been talking about?
Yes,
And does it have that unique FDLE number on top?
it does.
Does it have the submitting agency,
It does.
and that's the Tampa Police Department?
It is,
Does
yes.
it have their accompanying agency case number
It does, yes.
and their item or exhibit number?
Yes,
All right. And again, you're writing in indications of your item number.
that's correct.
So here, this is item 1. This is one of the fired jacketed, fired bullet jackets.
That is correct.
opening up the envelope and removing the smaller envelope. Do you see any markings on there you recognize?
I do, yes.
And where are they?
In that, at the top part, in that pinkish red color is the abbreviated version of the case number, item number, and my initials.
And do you see your FDLE evidence tape and your markings?
I do.
So that's item 1. I want to go to your item 4. Do you see the label for item 4 in the submission?
Yes.
And again, FDLE's unique number and the item number,
Yes.
submitting agency and its case number and its evidence, its exhibit number.
Yes.
Do you see writing that you recognize?
Yes.
And is it the pink or purplish colored writing on the top?
It is, yes.
And this is going to be your item number 4, the other fired bullet jacket.
Yes.
So y'all, we did know that this person was going to be on the stand for a while as a firearm expert. It happens in almost every trial that involves guns, just because in order for the evidence to come in at all, they do have to qualify the expert. The expert has to lay out almost every piece of evidence that is in those envelopes. That's why it's kind of tough when it comes to these points in trials, because it puts the jury to sleep and we're all thinking the same thing. What does this have to do with Alicia? Show me what this has to do with Alicia. Because if Alicia did not fire a gun, how does this have to do with her? Remember, it's kind of muddying the waters because of the conspiracy piece, right? And we talk about it all the time. She was in the car. She had an opportunity to get out of the car and didn't get out of the car, right? So it is going to be a little bit of time with this expert from what I'm foreseeing. But again, it's a big day because we get Detective Ramos, who was the lead investigator in the case. I'm really excited about that because we get to hear more about the interrogation. We get to hear more about the direct evidence that ties Alicia, if they have it, at this point. But for them to be 37 witnesses in and to only have less than 4, this one being one of the 4, it's not looking pretty good for the state. So we'll see, because think about it. You guys are the court of public opinion. Think about what they're thinking in this jury box. It's 10:10 Eastern Standard Time. So they've been in court for an hour and 10 minutes. And I mean, we're working with this ballistics expert, you know, so long day for the jury.
Your item 3, do you recognize the item 3 label?
I do.
And is that based on the same things we talked about on the other labels?
It is, yes.
Just for expediency. Going to the interior envelope. Do you recognize your writing on the top in the purple or pink?
I do.
Again, this is going to be your item 3, which is labeled as a bullet core.
Yes.
Your item 2, the other bullet core, do you see the label?
I do.
Moving the smaller envelope from inside. Do you see your writing on that envelope?
I do.
I'm thinking I should have had you do this. Stakes 33, D is in Delta, your item for, I'm showing it the inside envelope. Do you recognize your handwriting on that?
I do.
Ron, do you all have bigger gloves? Yes, sir. Just, I don't want to lose this item.
Y'all be nice, Chatterhood. Don't play with me. Y'all know the 3 rules. Don't disrespect anybody. Don't disrespect me. Don't tell me what to do. 3 rules of the channel. Very easy. Some people are new, but those are the rules. You have been warned.
Oh, yeah. That's good. But I've already got this one off. Did you leave them there? Yes, I did. Thank you.
I wonder how the jury's thinking about her faces.
The jacketing below the part that is curled over that are significant to your analysis?
Yes, that's the area we use for our comparison purposes.
Okay. And are there striations of some type or lines on the jacketing?
So you'll see in there's areas that kind of look like it dips down a little bit. In the kind of the thinner area that looks different, that will be called a land, and that's part of the rifling. And then the part that looks a little bit more raised and larger would be the groove, which is the other part, an area of the rifling.
In this item 4, you were able to determine its caliber class. Was that in part because you had the diameter of the base of the bullet?
Yes.
Okay. So you've indicated earlier that 5.56 NATO would be within that caliber class.
It would, yes.
What are other calibers that would fall within that caliber class?
Other calibers would be the 223 Remington or 22 long rifle short Winchester Magnum.
Y'all get me to 350 likes, maybe even 4. Like the stream. Only takes a second.
Were you able to determine if your item 1, the fired bullet jacket, was fired from the item number 9, the Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm?
I did draw a conclusion on that, yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
I concluded that it was eliminated from the item 9 firearm due to a difference in class characteristics.
And what class characteristics were you looking at?
So in this instance, the difference in the gimp widths, so that raised portion that we saw on that one, that width was different between the item 1 fired bullet jacket and the rifling in that firearm.
Okay. And the 300 Blackout, is that a gun that is designed to fire 5.56 ammunition?
It is not.
Is it considered 300 Blackout caliber to be within the 22 5mm caliber class?
It is not.
Does it fall into a different caliber class?
It does.
What caliber class does the 300 Blackout fall into?
It falls into the 30 caliber class.
All right, so we're going to move on to your item 8. That would be States 56. If I can have the witness step down, Your Honor.
All right, this is where I think they're going to look at the rifles.
You want to wear gloves? Okay. I'm going to hand this to you, your item 8. And again, this is going to be,
The firearm is clear.
okay, you've cleared it and checked it?
I just said yes.
Okay. That's going to be the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber auto-loading rifle, semi-automatic rifle.
The semi, yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you, first of all, semi-automatic, what does that term indicate?
Semi-automatic indicates that with each pull of the trigger, a single round or single
Look at
cartridge
it.
will fire.
Look at
Meaning
it.
that as the firearm is charged, loaded, ready to fire, you pull the trigger, one will fire. You will release the trigger, another round will be loaded into the chamber during that cycle of fire, and the trigger must be pulled again for it to fire again.
Is it the murder weapon?
And this type of firearm is fed from a box-style magazine?
Yes,
And you're pointing to an area, is that known as the magazine well?
that is, yes.
Is that where the magazine would be placed?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, was this firearm submitted to you with a magazine?
It was not.
Did you test fire utilizing magazines that you maintain within your laboratory?
That is correct, yes.
And did it function the way it was supposed to function,
It did, yes.
the way it's designed to function?
Yes,
Does that firearm have an external manual safety
it does.
lever on it? Okay. So if you want to stand over here to get closer to the jury, just as long as you point it in a safe direction, I know it's cleared. I would like for you to demonstrate to the jury how that firearm would be loaded and charged and ready to be made to fire it.
So with this type of firearm, you would take and you would load the unfired rounds of ammunition into the magazine, which would then be inserted into the magazine well here. Then we would take, this is called the charging handle. This would be pulled rearward, opening up, strip a cartridge from the top of the magazine and load into the chamber, which is in the inner part right here. Once this is fully closed with a round in the magazine, the firearm is ready to fire as long as the safety is off. And then you will pull the trigger, the firearm will fire, the pressures will send the bolt area here rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case from the firearm, and the forward motion will then again strip another unfired round from the magazine and load it into the chamber.
When you fire the gun, the bolt you're talking about, or the bolt carrier group, does it impact this top portion of the stock of the gun?
There is an inner part in here that contains a spring that the gas pressure from this firearm, as the gas travels down and back up the top part of the firearm here, it will condense the spring, and as it's fully condensed to the rearward, then that pressure from the spring will push it back forward to reclose the bolt carrier group to ready the firearm for another round.
When the firearm's fired, does it eject the fired cartridge case?
Yes,
Where would that come out?
it would come out from the port right here.
Okay,
As it's open, it will come out the port here.
all right. Now, turning the weapon around, and maybe I can hold it for you, you can show the jury. Can you show the jury where the safety lever is on this?
So on this firearm, this is what is considered the safety lever.
Overall, go ahead.
This is the safety lever, so in this condition it is safe, and as it is switched, it is in the fire condition now.
Is this an AR style rifle or AR platform rifle?
That is generally what it's called, yes.
Okay, all right. You can just keep your position there, and I'm going to show you states, your number 9, which is states 57, I believe. Make sure.
That was the first gun. We are going to be showing a
This is gonna be
second
your item
one.
9, states 57. Oh, and I did want to ask you, when you finished your work on this case, did you place a zip tie through the magazine well and the ejection port?
Yes, we place a zip tie there to indicate that it is in a clear manner upon return.
Okay, and obviously that's the trigger, correct?
Yes, that part of the
Okay.
firearm is the trigger.
All right. This may be difficult to see, so I'm going to leave it up to you to see if you can. Need me to hold that back?
Stay. And the firearm is clear in this one as well.
Okay, all right. This is your item 9, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I didn't ask you on the other firearm, but did you leave individual markings or markings of your own on here where you indicated your FDLE number and maybe other markings?
Yes, I indicate the associated agency number. I don't remember my initials on the firearm.
Okay,
It should be in the same location on that firearm as well.
here,
Yes.
okay. All right. Now, this firearm, is that also an AR platform weapon?
Yes.
Same type of fire mechanism?
Yes.
The magazine feeds in the same way,
It does, yes.
in the same area?
Yes.
And it ejects a shell casing when it fires, like the other weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Does this weapon have a stock on it?
So it does not have the traditional stock. It has just the buffer tube.
Okay. And does this weapon have the same manual safety as the other weapon?
It does have the same type of safety here on the side of the firearm as well.
All right, let's get up here if we can. Is it okay, Your Honor, if I get a little closer to the jury?
Sure.
Okay. If you want to walk over here, Mr. So we see a similar lever here. Okay, so when it's in this horizontal position, is it in a safe position like the other firearm?
It is, yes.
And then you indicated to push it up to 90 degrees to fire?
That is correct, yes.
All right, now, does this weapon have another function?
Yes.
Okay, and if you push that lever all the way 180 degrees, it goes to another position,
That is correct.
all right? So I'm going to talk about the standard fire position,
Okay.
all right? Is this, in that mode, is it a semi-automatic firearm?
It is, yes.
And that would be the same function as the other rifle?
That is correct, yes.
One round is fired for each trigger pull.
That is correct.
All right. When the lever is pushed into the 180-degree position, does that result in a different type of firing system?
Yes, so in that position, during my testing, I determined that it has what's called a binary trigger, meaning with the pull of a trigger, a round will fire, and then the release of the trigger will fire another round.
They lost the jury.
So in essence, when you pull the trigger and let it go, you're getting 2 rounds.
That is correct.
What is this item?
So that is what's considered a cartridge case catcher. It's an attachment that can be placed on a firearm in order to collect the cartridge cases as they're ejected from the firearm, because it sits right over where that port where they would eject from.
Is it commonly called a brass catcher?
It can be, yes.
Have you heard that term?
I have, yes.
All right. And are these devices that you see, are they common?
I've seen them a handful of times in my casework.
Okay. And how many times have you examined AR-style platform firearms?
Probably about 100 times.
Okay. And you've only seen this a handful of times?
That's correct.
Okay. This marking here, "Don't tread on me," is that something that you have seen on other firearms?
That's just additional marking on it. It's not relevant to what we do.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can return to the witness stand.
Okay, so she might be wrapping up soon.
So item 9, the weapon we were just looking at with the brass catcher, did you also test fire that firearm?
I did.
And did you utilize a laboratory magazine?
I did.
So no magazine came with that?
That is correct.
And that firearm, what is its chambered caliber?
For that firearm, the item 9 was the 300 blackout caliber firearm.
And is that what you fired at it?
It is.
Did it function the way it was designed to function?
In the sense of, yes, it fired semi-automatic in the upward position, and then this one had the additional area for the selector switch.
Okay. So let me ask you, with both of these weapons, are they designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
There.
And that's what you basically talked about earlier, where if the primer is hit by the firing pin, it ignites the powder, and then the expanding gases of that ignition and that pressure sends the bullet down the barrel.
That is correct, yes.
So I want to go to your January 9th report, and this is going to be FDLE number 2024-040-3556. Okay. And in that report, who was the submitting agency?
For this case, it was the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And did you also document in that report the agency number?
Yes, it was provided to me.
And what is that?
The agency number for that case is 24-03-18206.
And were there items submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on July 9th of 2024
There were, yes.
by that agency?
Yes.
And was one of those items your item number 5?
Yes.
And what was that described as?
One fired bullet.
And was there an agency exhibit number associated to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
3-13.
Now, did you examine item number 5,
I did.
the bullet? Did you determine its caliber class?
I did.
And what caliber class is it?
I determined that it was a 30/7.62 millimeter caliber class.
And that's the caliber class you've previously described as containing the 300 blackout caliber?
Yes.
All right. Did you compare it to item number 9 in the report that we were just talking about, your FDLE number 7688?
I did.
And did you come to any conclusions about that item?
I did.
And what was that?
I concluded that the item 5 bullet was identified to the item 9 firearm.
Okay, and that's the Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout weapon?
Yes.
With the binary trigger that we were just looking at.
Yes, sir.
And that Jacksonville case, was it an offense or death investigation out of Duval County?
Overall, go ahead.
Yes, I am provided that it was a death investigation in Duval County.
Okay. So now I also want to go to another January 9th, 2025 report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 7633. This would be a submitting agency number of 23-060-8083 from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Can you tell us in that report what the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office report number is?
For their agency?
Yes, their
Yeah.
agency number.
Yeah, their agency case number provided to me was 23-0608083.
Was that an offense in reference to a victim by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, that information was provided by the agency.
Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes,
And was that by a detective or by a C. Drabeck?
yes,
Were those items later transferred to the Tampa Bay laboratory where you analyzed and examined them?
yes.
All right. And was there an FDLE item number 1 under that FDLE case number?
There was.
What was the agency exhibit number for that item 1?
1-4.
And what was the description of the item?
I described it as 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, and 3 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
All right. So going back to the 22 5mm caliber class, does the .223 Remington caliber fall within that class?
It does.
Is .223 Remington caliber suitable for being fired in a 5.56 NATO chambered weapon?
It is.
So the .223 Remington caliber would properly be fired in the exhibit number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO rifle.
The caliber could be fired in that firearm, yes.
Okay. Were these cartridge cases screened?
They were.
How so?
So for screening, we will go ahead and look at the cartridge cases under our microscope, which is a comparison microscope, meaning we can see the items at the same time under the same magnification. So when we put them on there and we're screening them, we're looking for, do they have the same class characteristics? So those predetermined features by the manufacturers, as well as is there any, similarities or significant differences? If there was any significant differences in that individual detail, they would be screened separately. If we notice similarities or no significant differences, they would then be screened together.
Publishing states 50A through P. And I'm showing you a label. Do you recognize this label is associated to this report and this submission?
I do, yes.
Do you see the FDLE individual unique number on the top of the label
Yes.
and the item number we're talking about?
Yes.
And the submitting agency,
Yes.
the submitting agency's case number,
Yes.
and its exhibit number that accompanies it.
Yes.
And your individual markings on this package?
Yes.
Unfortunately, yes.
So that packaging contains your item numbers 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, and 1.10 through 1.16, the 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases,
It also includes the
1.6, 1.7, and 1.8.
1.9, but yes.
I'm sorry, 1.9, which are the 3 fired .223 Remington
That is
caliber
correct.
cartridge cases? All right. And you said they have similar class and individual characteristics.
That is correct.
So I'm going to go to now another January 9th report. This would be under your FDLE number that ends in 4099 with an agency number of 24-03909999, submitting agency Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
All right. Were items of evidence submitted to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville on December 19th of 2024?
Yes.
And was that by an individual, C. Draback?
Yes.
Did you receive several items that were labeled as FDLE?
He testified
item number
yesterday.
2 Under that FDLE case number?
I did.
From the Jacksonville laboratory?
Yes.
And was the agency exhibit number accompanying that 1-12?
It was.
What was the description of those items?
So I just described them as 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, items 2.1 through 2.3, 2.5, and 2.8, and 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, items 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9.
Were those items, those cartridge cases, also screened?
They were, yes.
And were you able to group them in any way?
Are we referring to the item 2 cartridge cases?
Yes.
So I concluded that items 2.1 through 2.9 were microscopically screened together based on similar class and individual characteristics.
Is that the same finding you made in the report we just talked about with item 1?
Yeah, I concluded that items 1.1 through 1.16 were microscopically screened together based on class and individual characteristics as well.
When you say screened together, what does that mean?
So that means we are not doing a full microscopic comparison to a full ID. We're stating that all of the class characteristics are in agreement, and we're noting some similarities and no significant differences.
States 49A through I. Do you recognize the individual FDLE number and your item number on states 49A through I?
I do.
And do you recognize the submitting agency, the case number from the submitting agency, and their department item or exhibit numbers?
I do.
And your individual writing on that package?
Yes.
And there's also a label from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
It indicates .223 caliber casings from black box. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 50A through P. Your item number 1. We talked about a few minutes ago, on your January 9th report.
So just to break this up a little bit, I know it's a little bit of dry testimony. I do see a debate happening in chat right now about the conspiracy charge, okay? Under Florida law, right? These all derive from statutes. This is being read from the Florida statute. Conspiracy is basically an agreement and intent, right? You just need those two things, an agreement and intent. Now, it is up to, because we're still on the state side. We have not even gotten to the defense's side. But if 2 or more people agree that a specific crime will happen and each intends for it to happen, that alone can be conspiracy, even if the crime never occurs at all. Crazy, right? Florida doesn't require proof of an overt act in furtherance of the plan. The state has to prove the agreement and the intent beyond a reasonable doubt. That has yet to be seen. That comes directly from the Florida Senate. So I hope that settles the debate, but I've been seeing you guys go back and forth on that. Conspiracy is one of those interesting things in criminal law and criminal procedure. When I was in law school, we spent quite a bit of time working on conspiracy and understanding that concept. Who is a principal? Who is someone else? What roles do they play when it comes to planning the conspiracy? What happens if you guys plan to rob a bank and you don't go through with it? But if you are in the getaway car, you're still kind of involved, right? Even if they force you to be involved, you're still involved if the other parties force you. So conspiracy is a very interesting topic, and I know it has been a hot button issue in the chat. I just wanted to make sure that we read it directly from the Florida Senate, and hopefully that quells the debate there. Let's go back in.
There is an agency label on that exhibit too, isn't there?
That is correct.
Did you conduct analysis where you cross-referenced these two cases?
I did.
And did you indicate your findings in both of these reports?
I did.
Did you do some type of comparison between item 1.1, which is a 5.56 NATO cartridge case, to item 2.9, which was previously described as a fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge case?
I did.
And what was the results of the comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case from the case 2024-040-7633, that's FDLE case number, was identified to the item 2.9 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-4099.
And can you tell us what that means, identified?
Identify meaning that these two cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And that firearm would have been chambered in 5.56 NATO?
That's correct.
All right. With both of these cases dealing with items, your item 2 and your item 1, did you also compare the 2.9 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 described fired cartridge case, to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE number 7688 by the Tampa Police Department?
I did do that comparison, yes.
And item 8 is the Black Forge NATO, a 5.56 NATO caliber rifle we were looking at earlier.
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
For the 2.9?
Yes.
So the item 2.9 cartridge case from 4099 was eliminated to the item 8 rifle in 7688.
And did you do the same type of comparison with item 1.1?
I did.
Okay, to the same rifle?
Correct.
Item number 8.
Correct.
What was the results of that comparison?
I concluded that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle.
So item 1.1 and item 2.9 were fired from the same rifle, but not from the number 8 item, the number 8 Black Forge NATO rifle.
That is correct.
5.56 NATO, okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll tender the witness.
Okay, Cross.
Ooh, wee. All right, done. Witness 37, done with the state. We got our young man coming up. What do you think he's going to ask? What is he going to ask, guys? We know.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So you, in this case at least, you're responsible or were responsible for analyzing different casings and cartridges to figure out whether there was any match to any other case. Is that accurate?
Correct. I was asked to do the microscopic comparisons of the submitted evidence.
All right. In your work at FDLE, do you do any other types of analysis?
Meaning in a different discipline or within firearms?
Within, like DNA analysis, fingerprint analysis, anything like that?
No, I only do firearms.
Okay. So you wouldn't be the person to ask about whether there was any DNA or fingerprints on any of these
We knew
weapons
it.
or
We knew
cartridges
it.
or anything like that?
We
No,
knew
sir.
it.
All right, that's somebody else in your department or in your office?
Yeah, there's other sections that would do whether DNA or fingerprints was present.
All right, so you're just trying to determine whether the evidence that you recovered, or that, not that you recovered, that was given to you, that was submitted to you, actually matches some other evidence out there in the world?
Yes, I'm just trying to determine if, these cartridge cases came from the same firearm and/or the submitted firearm or not, and same for projectiles.
Okay. And you were able to determine, I guess what you were testifying to, you were able to determine that these two firearms, these rifles here, that these two rifles that were found in Sean Gathwright's house, they were used in some other October 7th, 2023 shooting?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
These two rifles, what are they connected to?
So I concluded that, sorry, let me refer to my notes, I apologize. That the,
Judge, I would object to the question as phrased, what are they connected to, is vague.
I'm going to sustain the objection, rephrase.
What is the purpose of these, of showing these rifles to the jury?
Objection.
Sustain the objection.
What is the purpose of showing why there's a safety on this firearm, on these rifles?
Oh my God. Come on,
I don't
kid.
even know what the objection is at this point. There's
Oh,
no
come on.
basis
Don't get
to
frustrated.
An objection.
Don't get mad.
The speaking
It's
objections
irrelevant
by
and it's
counsel.
improper question.
It was elicited in front of the jury.
I'm not gonna- Mr.
Chill.
I'm not gonna argue with you. If I allow the witness to testify, then that makes it relevant and material, okay?
And if it's relevant, then I should be able to
Objection, Your
cross-examine
Honor.
on it.
I'm gonna
Hey,
sustain
can we
the,
come sidebar?
The jury.
no, no.
So I can't argue, I can't come
Objection.
sidebar.
Mr.
This is
McClymont,
improper for him to do
please
this in front of the
stop.
jury, Your Honor.
It's improper,
It's disrespectful, too.
I asked to come sidebar.
and the answer's no, we don't need to sidebar it. If the witness was permitted to testify something, that makes it relevant and admissible.
I'm not arguing that, Judge. I just want to talk to her about what she testified to.
Listen, I've sustained the objection. Ask your next question.
Oh shit. That's not good. Damn.
These rifles that you were displaying earlier, they fire certain bullets.
yes, they're chambered to fire a specific caliber.
The caliber is what?
So of the item 8 rifle, it is chambered to fire 5.56 NATO caliber cartridges. And the item 8, which is the Anderson, is chambered to fire 300 blackout.
All right.
He's in his head. Don't do
The
it.
300 blackout firearm bullets are in which firearm? You said item, which one?
The 300 blackout is item, FDLE item 9.
Is that the one with or without the breast catcher?
I believe that's the one with the brass catcher.
With the brass catcher rifle, and then the 5.56 bullets are
What's
fired
going on with their
from a
audio?
rifle here that does not have a brass catcher. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to try to make it simple.
Law and crime person need to move
In
their
this
phone.
shooting, the one for Charles Jones on June 23rd of
They're trying to fix
that
it.
shooting.
I don't know which case you're referring to. I have
Well, there's
many
only-
reports.
There's only one June 23rd shooting for this case, right?
I see what he's trying to do.
Sorry, I apologize, sir.
He's trying to question the October shooting. It's not landing right, though.
Objection, Your Honor. Inappropriate phrasing.
So go ahead and just answer the question if you can.
In this case, are these rifles connected to the shooting? In this
Objection.
case?
Vagueness.
Rephrase your question.
You gotta be more
Were these
precise,
rifles
brother.
used in this shooting?
So I determined that the projectiles I received, items 1 and 4 in this case, were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is the 5.56 rifle, meaning I didn't have enough detail to say whether or not it was ID'd to that firearm or not.
Okay, that's for that one rifle, the one.
Correct.
Now what about the other rifle?
For that rifle, I was able to ID it to a projectile in one of my cross-reference cases.
But not in this case.
No.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
That was a little sloppy.
So going
not his
to
fault.
Question about whether that rifle was utilized
Not his fault.
in this case, you didn't have enough evidence to make that determination, correct?
Yeah, based on the evidence I received, I had the 2 bullets that were inconclusive to the 1 rifle, and the 2 no value items, and then the 1 item was eliminated based on class difference, but that's all the evidence I received in this case.
The one item, the one rifle was eliminated.
The item 1 fired bullet jacket was eliminated to the item 9 rifle.
The blackout, the 300 blackout.
That is correct.
Okay. As to the other rifle, the 2 jacketed projectiles you had, you did not have enough, but all of the class characteristics met up, correct?
Objection leading, counsel testifying.
I can rephrase. Did all the class characteristics line up?
Yes, the class characteristics were the same between the items 1, 4, and that rifle.
So you can't say if it was used or not.
Correct.
It's possible it was.
That is a possibility.
It is speculation.
Overruled. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Okay, what did we just see there? I mean, because here's the thing. Here's my critique. The young brother did get some good information out. He did. But because of that squabble, I don't know if the jury's going to retain it. Because what he was trying to do is separate 2 incidents. The July incidents, which actually, had to do with Julio's death. And then an October incident where Sean shot up something else on his own. Like, I don't know, right? But he was trying to separate those 2 incidents first, because what the bombshell is she said that some of her work showed some inconclusive evidence. So that's the thing. That was a big win for him. But when you start fighting with the judge and with the prosecutor, it's going to go over the jury's head. So I just hope that they caught what he just got, because that was a big win. That was a big win. But the issue is, when the prosecutor comes back up to try to clean it up, the first thing he says is, oh, well, it's inconclusive because you didn't have enough evidence in the first place to study. I just hope people saw that. I hope people caught on to it. And I hope the people in the jury box caught on to that. So this is why when you do cross-exam, you can't get rattled if you lose an objection. You have to stay calm, because that was a huge piece of information that could help. It could really help, but instead people are going to remember the squabble in between the judge and the prosecutors. So that inconclusive piece was actually really important. I just hope it doesn't go over anybody's head.
okay, very good. All right, it's a little bit late. We'll take our morning break, even though it's getting close to lunchtime. So take about 5 minutes and we'll be back.
All rise.
All right, that was witness number 37, Amara Drew, the firearms expert who had inconclusive evidence. And we knew his MO. We knew he was going to be like, do you have any DNA evidence of Alicia? Did Alicia fire, did she fire any of these rounds? Does anything have to do with Alicia? We know that strategy already. You guys called it.
Very good. Thank you. Who's going to be your next witness?
See.
Detective Ben Force.
Okay, very good. We'll be back in 5.
And Your Honor, before the jury comes back in, we can address the messages that we were working on redacting as well. If we can take a break and then address that before the jury's back in.
Yeah, have you shown them the redactions?
I'm going to talk to them about it right now.
Okay, very good.
I found the hard drive, gentlemen. I found the hard drive. No way.
Just say it. You already know. You already know. You already know. I didn't do it though. Okay, let us skip ahead. We are all out of TiVo time. They are due back in 5 minutes. It is 10:57. I think I was about 5 minutes behind, so they'll probably be back at 11 Eastern Standard Time. Let me go ahead and read our super chats for the morning. All the ways that you could support the show are down below. Thank you so much for everybody that has supported the channel today throughout this trial, always, forever. You guys are amazing. The reason why I'm dressed up today is because I did get invited to Fox 35 Orlando. So around 2 o'clock, I am going to cut the stream for a few minutes and head over to, jump on, give them my critique from a legal lens on what's happening with this case. I know Orlando is close to Jacksonville, Tampa, but it's a huge opportunity. So I am going to do 2 streams. So we're going to take a break around 2:30, and then I'll jump back on with you guys at 3 for the rest of the court day. So you won't miss anything, right? Now, let me come over to some Cash App, Super Chats, all of that. That is why we're a little bit more formal today. I like to be comfortable working in my socks. But, the thing is about YouTubers, even yesterday, Trap Lord Ross, his name got caught up in this case somehow, some way, right? Oh, they're back already. But let me read these real quick and then we'll jump back on in. Shout out to E. Capone, who sends me a Cash App. Sends me the 7, says, I'm simping. You look pretty today. That's why I wanted to explain what was going on. Thank you so much, E. Capone. Frank Black with the 2 says, damn, AV fine. Listen, this is the interview outfit. Okay. This is the interview outfit. So thank you so much, Frank. I appreciate that. D with the 2 says, why hide the tattoos? We know you got them. Yeah, she's in a sweater. Okay. Like literally a big turtleneck. You can't see the neck, but we know the neck tattoos are there. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's us. We know they're watching. Maybe it's us because we keep referring to the neck tattoos. That is actually an old running joke. Me and Lee used to talk about neck tattoos all the time when we cover some of these cases. So that's where it comes from. I hope she's not self-conscious. Like, I got to hide my neck tattoos. I will tell you, though, it does appear that the defense team is coaching Alicia. I wish they would coach her a little bit more on her body language. It's very hard when you're a defendant and you're fighting for your life, you're on trial, but you do have to appear pretty stone cold. You have to appear neutral, right? We saw that with Donna Adelson. Donna's ass was crying every 10 minutes. Remember the sentencing hearing we did a week and a half ago? Donna was crying like, this was not fair. I can't believe this happened to me. They were, going against the Markel family. It was so bad. But the judge had to check her multiple times. Like, ma'am, you cannot cry in front of the jury. You cannot cry. Like, the crying is not going to help you, right? So we have that whole thing as well. I mean, even with Karen Reed would hear evidence sometimes. She'd be like, she would make faces like this ninja's lying. The thing is with the defendants, they cannot react, right? They have to appear neutral. So Alicia has been coached on that. Alicia was also coached on, I don't know if it was the makeup or whatever. And, she needs to appear neutral. The thing is, she's appearing uninterested. That's what I hope they would coach her on, right? So we'll see. Even if it's just, okay, sit there with your hands folded or something. Yesterday, she really focused on writing a lot. So that was helpful. But again, I think today, you look snuggled up. Like she just looks like a little bear in her turtleneck, So again, you want to make sure that you do it with the right balance. But thank you so much, Dee. Shout out to Tia, who hit me with the 2, says AV and coffee is a great day. That's right. I am all out of coffee. I switched to ginger ale just to keep me a little bit peppy. But thank you so much, Tia, for that. Shout out to D, who hits me with another 2, says YNs don't want to be famous, but notorious. Sad. That's the crazy thing about this case, because out of all of the people that are being charged with it, Alicia's the first one. She's the only female, but I do think she wants to get through it very, very fast. Now, a lot of you guys have picked up on this. A majority of the evidence that we've seen and these 37 witnesses so far are mainly tied to the other defendants, the co-defendants in this case. But there are certain things that are tied directly to her. I can't wait till we get to Detective Ramos because I want to see more of that. And I'm sure the jury does too, especially as they are dwindling down with their case. And we got witness 37 in a second here. That means we'll have 2 left for the afternoon before the state rests. So it's going to be a long day. Left Coast Mana with the 10. Thank you, says AV. Not going to lie, if I was a juror, I would be staring at the charges, right? Looking at the charges and trying to figure out how this ties to Miss Neck Tattoo. State practicing for the other defendants. And that's what, a lot of you guys are looking at. Young and Ace's name has come up quite a bit. Yesterday was all about Young and Ace. It was a very interesting day, but thank you so much. Left Coast Mana. Tia dropped the super sticker. It was a banana. It was a banana. Have you guys used Nano Banana yet? Nano Banana is this new AI on Google Gemini, and you can like generate images and stuff. But Nano Banana is crazy. Thank you so much, Tia. Jamie Jaime has been with me for 5 months. Says you are missing the pearl necklace. Oh, I know, right? I had one. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere, but I appreciate that, Jamie. You are the best. All right, my friends, let's go back on in and we're going to get into witness 38, who is a detective. Maybe he works with Ramos. Let's see if he is from Tampa or if he's from Jacksonville. Let's take a peek.
Oh, okay. The screen?
Oh, is the screen down? All right, we got a little bit of TiVo time. Ooh!
Issue? Okay, very good.
All right, here we go. The other
All right,
attorney's
Ms.
talking.
White, are you arguing this issue?
So we obviously review our objections and just honestly just highlight a couple things about the fact that this is just character evidence. Specifically, there's conversations where Ms. Andrews is saying, you know, I won't do this to you, I wouldn't do that to you. And that's kind of what this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe maybe what the state is suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who again is not charged in this case. And outside of being alleged to have been a gang member is not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges. So we reject again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this. All that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
And improper character evidence.
So, sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
Okay, Ramos.
We don't want to.
No, I know, absent your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for a complete, correct?
Correct. We don't believe that the state should be allowed to cherry pick information. That
Well, they weren't cherry
believe.
picking, they were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as the redaction,
Right.
they shouldn't be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure, okay, so then I'll overrule the objection, the whole thing can come in.
Your Honor, I just need, you sent this to run outside of the last.
These are text messages.
Sure.
But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other items, address that
Yes.
first.
Okay, what
Yes.
other item?
So there is 75C12.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to write it down
Through
or you just want
16.
through 16.
That are being added, Your Honor.
wait, 75, C
12
12 and 13.
through 16.
12 through 16, okay, what are these?
Would y'all like to hear from the defense first?
Well, state, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
Additional instructions from Ms. Andrews' devices.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections? Let's-
Well,
Okay, let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up, and I'll be with them shortly.
Your Honor, may I just get up the bench so I can see what's going through it first?
Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct, Your Honor.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're going to establish that. I will let them, talk about why they want to get them in. But from our perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're going to see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16 that this is again an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that alleged that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is going to go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it's something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is
That is
relevant
correct,
to?
Your Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement of when she knew this co-defendant, Mr. Chance, and several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the phone when the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing, and the question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on her iCloud device. That's not what the question was about. There were, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback, he was questioned about, because the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th.
Correct.
Correct? And then the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud to
From
device.
iCloud.
Which is
to
the
the
device
new-
that disappeared, Your Honor. This would have been information that would, the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So,
But
yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th. And definitely the implication was, and I think actually, Mr. McLymut asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance.
Yes.
That was
Correct.
asked.
Yes.
Which has been testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
Nobody's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she had only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information is from the iCloud, it's not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and get the exact same things on my new iPhone that I had on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is the questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across? They can't even tell us who this person
Turn
is.
up, sis.
They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped them in the face and said, "Why did you throw that sign up?" They can't, none of that matters though, because it's not relevant to the allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. 70% of what we discussed about this interview is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point it has to stop, Your Honor.
Go, sis.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13. It looks like these are photographs again.
Please find her guilty.
There's only one still from the video. If Your Honor can see the last page is the still from the video.
Right.
Extracted.
Okay, and what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Ms. Andrews is messaging with from the messages that we've just looked at that the state was providing potential redactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are pretty clear as to what it relates to their conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1200 members.
So
This is a picture.
Is this the K Shorty or is this someone?
This is
This
K
is
Shorty.
K Shorty. Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of that this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship, it's to show that she acknowledged that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she is cozying up with gang members. That is the entire point of all of these exhibits, Your Honor. And
Well, but then she's taking photos and saving them to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
my response to that is so what? Why does that matter?
Right.
Well,
Right.
to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
But to the weight of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up an opening statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member, or that she's an associate of a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up an opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere. She didn't know any of these individuals involved. She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything. That's what you told this jury, an opening statement.
Yeah, specifically that she didn't know the individuals involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that.
yeah,
They're
but-
going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members. What we said was that she did not know Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy. We haven't heard anything about that. We heard Sean Gathwright's grandma testify. I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry, counsel is like talking sideways in my ear, and it's very distracting.
Okay? All right, let's look at the next one, which is C14. And what is this?
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. There were some indications regarding the earlier, screen shares or screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about. But most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out in testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019. He's the one who provided payment to Mr. Chance for the Airbnb before Mr. Chance provides payment
That's J-Dot.
for the Airbnb for this guy.
What about Alicia?
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, so this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of a music video?
Yes. So,
Uh-oh.
I'm going to sustain
The senior partner is standing up now. It's getting real. Like, look at all of them now. They all standing up. Ain't no jury in the room. Look at his face. He did the opening statement.
the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the cell phone evidence that they had seen or observed with this defendant's communication with ATK Keys or Marquis Working.
And what is it? What is it I'm looking at exactly?
These are, both 15 and 16 are screenshots that were saved to Ms. Andrews' device. And it is an Instagram chat, so when you open up your messages on Instagram, it is the chain of the messages. These messages depict her messages with an ATK keys, which has been identified as Marquis Workman.
And these are from 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection as to these. Now, they may become relevant at some point.
Wow.
See what the testimony is?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection as to 75C12 and 75C13. Okay?
And Your Honor, I just, so that it's not done when the jury comes in, we also, like I said, don't believe they'll even be able to get testimony as to who those individuals are. And let me confirm, you allowed in, was it 13?
The screenshots that show Ms. Andrews with the other individuals as direct evidence of her knowledge.
Yeah, and so that we can avoid any potential argument, if the argument is authentication, these items were obtained from the device download that was obtained pursuant to a search warrant from law enforcement for the device. So I'm not sure what the legal objection is, but
I mean, there's a lot of legal objections, but the biggest one is that in order for these, I guess, to become, I don't think relevant, but who's going to establish who these individuals are? Just because they're in her phone and they got, a certification of business records
I don't
doesn't
know
mean
that,
that
I don't
all
know the
of them
state,
come in.
I don't know the state has to, okay? So we'll see. All right,
maybe 60 seconds, Your Honor, just to update the witnesses.
Sure.
related to these exhibits.
Judge Cisco, I don't know. So one sustained in part, one overruled. So the good thing is Alicia's text messages are coming in, but they're coming in their entirety. So that way, if they try to introduce character evidence, we can look at other parts of the conversation and not cherry pick. So the judge did decide that. Bad thing for the defense, and this was really that lead attorney, the one that did the opening statements, he did mention, and even the mother mentioned yesterday when we were looking at her Instagram, Fulio's mother said that in opening statements, the defense team said that she does not know these people, right? She does not know the other guys that were involved in the crimes. That's what they said. So remember how I was telling you about, you have those magical doors. If that door is open, if you open a door, even if you crack it, the other side can kick the door open and we can go down that path. So if you're saying she doesn't know anybody, the judge is like, well, here she's in a picture with some of these guys. So she must have some knowledge of gang activity, right? So the judge is allowing those screenshots to come in. We also learned that at one point, Alicia had a phone that was unrecovered. So there was an old phone, and then she replaced that phone. She ended up getting a new phone and downloading all of her iCloud items from the old phone in the cloud into the new phone. So there is a discrepancy with the phone situation. And that prosecutor was a little bit frustrated today. I mean, she's you got to watch her. I'm not even kidding. Because yesterday I saw her get frustrated. Her vocal tonality went up and she just started bringing in all this tea. So we've got to watch out for that one. But let's see what happens. I mean, they have a detective coming in as witness 38, and she just went to go and update him on what they can and cannot talk about, the judge's rulings just now. But that was pretty interesting. It turned up for the day. Everybody's asking, Anita, this is going to be controversial. All right, we're going to talk some girl things for a second. This is going to be controversial. A few years ago, people don't, or at least, there have been some comments with YouTubers. There's this one YouTuber named Jeffree Star. He has a makeup line. I'm sorry, his stuff is good. It's good. Look at this. It's good. People don't like him because allegedly he made a racist comment a few years ago. This was like 5 years ago. So he stopped doing YouTube. He's more on TikTok. But this color is called Jeffree Who? So you can find it on his website. This is not sponsored or affiliated. I just like his stuff. It works. I mean, even my eyeshadow, it's from a Jeffree Star palette. So I still use it. I don't cancel people like that. It's good. I bought it already. I can't cancel and not use his stuff. But I'm just saying this color, because Anita asked, is called Jeffree Who. All right. But it lasts all day. His stuff is good. I stream all day. I guarantee that this color will still be on at 5 o'clock. That's how good it is. It's good. I mean, the Kylie stuff is all right. I bought a Kylie, lip gloss once, and I swear to God, something happened. It was just very drying, and I was just like, man, it's a waste of $30. But I never feel like that with Jeffree's stuff. So I don't care what people say about him. His stuff is good, okay? It's very good. I'm picking Jeffree over, I'm picking JSC over Kylie, man. I'm just saying. I don't care what people say about him. All right. Where's this witness at?
Okay.
Oh, what was that? We got some smiles from Alicia. You have looked uninterested today, girl.
All rise. officers ready to.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and State Clerk next witness.
The state would call Detective Benjamin Bors.
You can tell she's trying to conceal that smile. She keeps trying to hide it.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Witness.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your full name for the jury?
It's Detective Benjamin Bors.
Where are you?
Last,
Oh, I apologize.
last name is spelled B-O-R-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the Tampa Police Department?
since
this is
2010.
Tampa.
What
Tampa
is the current assignment that you serve in or at TPD?
I am currently assigned to the Cybercrimes Unit
And how long have you been in the cybercrimes unit?
since 2016.
In that time, tell me what some of your day-to-day duties are.
So when I originally started in the Cybercrimes Unit, it was more focused on internet crimes against children, which is a task force, and then that evolved into digital forensics to help assist those cases. And eventually the Cybercrimes Unit now includes digital forensics and internet crimes against children. So my responsibility is probably 50-50 on both now.
What training and experience do you have in the area of actually analyzing these types of evidence?
So I've taken multiple classes with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crimes, and then individually for like specific tools. Main one being Celebrite, where I've completed the physical operator and analysis, certified forensic repair technician, and then with Axiom, I've done multiple classes for computers and then cloud extractions, and then also received certifications with IASIS, which is more specific on Windows computers, and then the forensics of going through the deep artifacts of the devices.
Okay, so I'm going to break down a couple of those things. You mentioned something called Axiom and something called Celebrite. What are those?
Those are what I refer to as analytic tools, which you can, one part of their tool gets the extraction from the devices, and then they also sell another tool that actually parses out the extractions into something you can view.
How is it that you're able to use those programs to analyze, for example, a return instead of a physical device?
So again, it's a tool. So if we get a return from, like in this case, an Apple, you ask for the Apple Cloud backup through a search warrant or consent, and then they'll give you back typically what's a zip file or multiple zip files, where if someone's Apple iPhone, they've decided to back up different things such as like contacts, messages, pictures, all different categories. When they back that up, it goes to Apple, and then Apple gives that to us on whichever legal authority we choose. And then typically those companies give it back in the same format every time. So then these third-party companies, Axiom or Celebrite, know what that format is, and then they write the software to then parse it out to where we can then view it.
Is it safe to say it's kind of like taking the file and dropping it into the program as an ability for you to read it instead of a bunch of code?
Correct. It's more in zip files, and then maybe it could be in JSON files or Excel spreadsheets, and it basically just pulls it out into something to where you would view it the same. So where a text message, when you typically look at it on your phone, it's kind of in order, and there might be a color associated with sender and receiver. These tools kind of do the same thing. It puts it more into a format that you're used to seeing it in versus just in a bunch of lines.
In the format that you're able to see the information once it's actually uploaded, do you have categories that you can click on to look at specific types of information?
Correct. These, again, these programs, being Axiom or Celebrite, they decide what categories they're going to categorize the artifacts into. Excuse me. And yes, so you'll see messages, photographs, videos, things like that.
And are you familiar with the process of backing up your device to the cloud or to iCloud?
Yes.
Are you able to select certain items to back up, or are you required to back up the entire device?
You can choose to back up individual things or none of it or all of it.
So you could choose contacts and photos and nothing else.
Yes.
And are you able to tell us, did you have some involvement in the investigation, in this investigation as it relates to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
were you tasked with reviewing some either returns or Celebrite Axiom reports from some devices or returns in this case?
Yes,
I want to start first with whether you received a return from Apple iCloud in this case.
yes,
Did you receive more than one?
yes.
Would the first return that you received for analysis from Apple iCloud be alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com, or one of them?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
And did you
Okay, here
also
we go.
receive a return for rockoutsean with 2 N's at iCloud.com?
Okay, here we go.
You typically, do you select which software you're going to use if you receive these types of returns?
I have a software that I typically use. Again, these softwares, they're being written constantly with the updates. So it kind of goes on whatever at that moment is the best tool at the time for what I use. But I will often ask the detective what they would prefer to have it in because they have to review it, and whatever they're most comfortable using as well might depend on which tool I decide to use.
When a report is actually extracted, so say you find a photo or a message that you'd like,
Yes.
when that's extracted, does that extracted report look different if you're using Axiom versus you're using Celebrite?
Yes.
And is that just a visual difference?
Yes.
Is there, in your experience, has there been a significant difference in the data itself?
The raw data, no, but again, each tool is written by 2 different companies, so what data might be parsed out by one company might be different than another in terms of, I'll try to keep it simple, where TikTok is somewhat newer. So let's say one tool has written code to parse TikTok where another one has not. It doesn't mean that the data, the raw data isn't there in the extraction. It just means one tool was written to parse it where the other one hasn't.
In this case, since we'll just limit those readers to what was utilized in this case, so that would still be Axiom and Celebrite, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review Celebrite reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department for a device that was obtained in a search warrant there?
Yes.
And would that have been from red with 3 Ds 03@icloud.com?
Yes.
Additionally, did you have an opportunity to review the Celebrite report for rockoutsean@icloud.com, the same one that you had an Axiom extraction from iCloud for?
It wasn't an extraction, a return from
Return,
Apple,
excuse me.
but yes.
So you've had an opportunity at least to review those 3 separate things
Yes.
and the contents therein.
Yes.
I want to start first with the Apple ID red 03@icloud.com. Are you familiar from which that came, where that came from, excuse me?
I believe that was from the Jacksonville Celebrite report.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 76, A through B.
Yes.
I'm also going to show you states 75.
Okay.
Paying attention to her text messages. She's interested now.
Then 76, at least A through B, contain the device information that was from the Celebrite report, as well as some of the contents from that device for which you reviewed.
Yes.
At this time, state seeks to admit states 76, A through B, 1 through 4, and 8.
Any rejection other than the previously made objections?
No further objection.
Same ruling, admitted.
Now, I've asked you about whether this Celebrite extraction had some kind of related ID, and showing you states 76A. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so these are mostly identifiers or information about the device itself. So you can see the model number towards the top. But that's not a model number that you typically see. So the model number, I don't want to say typically see, but that's something that's more forensically or a model that's given to by Apple as far as build number to the software. The typical model you'll see is detective phone model, which was a iPhone 14. And then the iOS version, which is 17.5.1. The MSI SDN is the phone number that's associated with that device. And then you'll see the IMEI a little bit further up there that starts with 350. That's what most people would commonly refer to as the serial number to the device. It's specific to that device.
Okay, so if we break that down just a little bit slower, you mentioned that there is a phone number that's associated. Is that what we're seeing here with this last use, MSI SDN?
Yes.
And then the Apple ID that we referred to as it related to this particular Celebrite report was red with 3 Ds, 03 at iCloud.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm not sure if I'm there. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right. And are we talking about the information that's included right here?
Yes.
Now, are these device reports able to be downloaded typically from your standard Celebrite extraction? So are you able to get this kind of summary with a report with this information about the device, the phone number, the Apple ID, typically when you use Celebrite?
When you use either Celebrite or Gray Key and you do an extraction, when you parse that extraction out in the Celebrite tool, this is what's generated by Celebrite.
And is this something that you can look to determine identifying information for whatever the extraction is you're looking at?
Yes.
Does that also include specific account identifiers? So, for example, if there is an Instagram account that's documented on the phone or a TikTok account, is that information that can be included on these device reports?
Yes.
And do we see an example of that here with the Instagram at 14, line 14?
Yes. Instagram has identified, I'm sorry, Celebrite has identified an account associated with Instagram and then the usernames.
At the top of these columns that are provided in the device report, are there several different categories of information that have been created by the Celebrite software?
Yes.
And does that include creation time as well?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me anything about that creation time?
Not specifically that one, no.
Okay. What about UTC in the creation time itself?
Yes, so UTC refers to Coordinated Universal Time. So to put it in the easiest explanation is that all of the times, as far as we're concerned, is generally around Greenwich, England. So just say England as a specific place. So we're currently in Eastern Standard Time. So depending on daylight savings time, we're either -4 or -5 hours from England. So if it was midnight, it would be 4 hours behind, and then pretty soon we'll be in fall, so we fall back another hour, and it would be 5 hours back. So forensically, we often leave stuff in UTC time when you look at it, because it makes it easier when people are communicating all over the world, and you want to make it relative to where we're currently at in Eastern Standard Time. It just makes it easier when you're doing things on a time log.
And that is what you prefer in forensics when you all look at the information?
It makes it easier because if someone in, let's say, California was talking to someone in Florida and you're using 2 different time zones while trying to tell a story, it makes it very difficult. So we try to leave it all in one time zone.
What about for the detectives that you work with day to day? Does it make it easier for them to do the calculations when you actually provide these reports to them, or do they contact you often to have assistance?
There are ways to, in the report, to convert it, to make it easier for them, but often you'll see, like you see right here, it's UTC plus 0, meaning that there is no, the time isn't altered at all. It is in UTC time, so it being June, to be in Eastern Standard Time, you would have to minus 4 hours from the time you see.
Now, I'll show you some examples of that modification here in a bit, but there is ultimately a way for the device for you to update the time zone to the current time zone or the time zone that the device is in.
So the time zone that the device is in, I would say the time zone where you're at would be more correct, because the problem with time the device is in, the device doesn't store in what we refer to in forensics as local time. So if the device is in Florida today, but California tomorrow, it doesn't store it in those two time zones. It stores it in UTC or whatever time it is, but it comes back to a UTC time. And then based on where your phone's time zone is set, which often is automatically set, but you can go in and manually set it as well, it will minus 4 or 5 if you're in Eastern time zone, and that's what you see on your device, but it's not stored in your local time zone.
But you are able, there is a mechanism to view the information that is pulled or view the report with the modification to from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
Correct. This tool, Celebrite, is used worldwide. So depending on what time zone you are in, you can choose to set it at -4 for Eastern Standard Time or -8 for Pacific Time. So you can go in there and go, hey, I want to view it in the time zone for the state I'm currently in, and it'll alter those times accordingly.
There's been no request of you or no evidence to suggest or support that there were any devices provided to you where there needed to be a calculation for Central Time or Pacific or anything like that in this case?
No.
Now, and again, looking at the identifying information from this report, was there also something in line 16 as it related to a TikTok and the user ID information from there?
Yes.
What is the information that were provided from the TikTok column here under the user ID?
It shows the user ID also being, I believe, Alicia Andrews 72.
Now, when you look at specific items from inside of this report, are you actually able to pull, for example, a text message communication?
Yes.
Showing use states 76B.
Here's the text. Whoop. Woo.
What is it that we're looking at here? What type of report?
This is also a Celebrite report, and it shows a conversation or at least some messages that were sent and received.
What is it that you can tell me about the timestamps, if any, on these messages that are depicted on the screen from June 21st of 2024 at 10:56 p.m.?
Same thing I mentioned before. They're in UTC, so they're going to be 4 hours different than what would be Eastern Standard Time from where we're currently at. So being 10:56 p.m., it would, I believe, be 6:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
When you actually look to the message itself, are you able to determine who the sender is, or are there any markings or indications on the messages which would indicate who the sender is versus who is receiving the messages?
Yes, oftentimes will say to and from. In these scenarios, this isn't text messages. I believe these are actually just messages by...
I can go back to the first page related to Miss Adore.
Yeah, so I was looking at the numbers at the top, which are often the account numbers associated with either Instagram or Facebook. And it looks like, so as I was saying, that all of the files that come in from Apple, they're in a bunch of smaller zip files. So underneath where it says source extraction, that is the actual zip file that these messages are coming through or being pulled from by Celebrite. And you'll see towards the very bottom, it'll say group.com Bourbon, BURBN, and then Instagram plist. So these messages are actually being pulled from that file, which is a plist file, which is associated with Instagram. So looking at that, I know that those are Instagram account numbers, and then those are the display names. So Miss Adore would be the display name of that Instagram account that
But who
sent
is
that
that?
message to whoever the other person is.
Who is that?
And then in that device information that we were looking at from 76A, are you also able in the account name column to confirm what you were looking at there from that source information as well? The same name at least depicted there.
Yes,
Oh, it's Alicia.
And these, again, messages were in UTC time, at least as extracted here.
yes.
So Alicia sent a message on Instagram to her friend Kiara and says, hey, can I get an Airbnb in the next few days? She's just like, sure, how many rooms you need? She said like 2. So pretty interesting.
In states 76B2, is there also a category for something called transfers that you can extract the Celebrite report for?
Yes,
And what is it, is that what we're looking at here?
yes.
Cash apps.
Still, the data that comes in allows for some categories. Are these categories that are provided by the program or something that you would input or add?
No, these are all, like I mentioned earlier,
Look at the amounts. I don't have time for his okay, let's get to the point, okay? 2 Cash App transactions, 1 sent on 6/22/24 at 8:52 a.m. and then later on the same day at 3:15 p.m. It looks like the first one was for $24.46, and then you got a $15 one as well. Let's see what they have to say here.
that Celebrite, the company, has parsed out whichever file contains this information, and they choose which category to display them in.
Now, in this particular case, there's a source column, but it doesn't look like that long source code that we were looking at from the last exhibit. Is that different?
It's just showing that it came from Cash App. It did come from a longer source file or file path. It's just not displayed here.
And are you familiar with Cash App?
Yes,
Is that a money transfer application?
yes.
In states 76B, are you able to see that?
Yes.
When we're looking at the file info from 76B, are you able to tell me anything as it relates to the name of the file?
Yes, the file name is img_001.heic.
And does the HEIC, is that indicative of anything for you?
I don't know what it stands for, but I know that HEIC is commonly a file extension for a picture file associated with Apple devices.
So for like a document, you would have .pdf or .doc or something. Is it, for just a layperson when we're looking at it, you recognize HEIC as .hcic being consistent with a photograph or
Yes.
pictorial evidence?
It's a picture. We
When
get
we
it.
see the thumbnail associated here, are you able, when viewing the information, to actually look at that image in a larger capacity?
Yes.
Does that mean that this thumbnail here that it's given to you, does that mean that that was the original size of the item or anything like that?
No, but the original size says the bytes right there. It tells you how big the file is. That's just simply, like you said, it's a thumbnail image. It's a small image. Just like when you go through your photos if you have an iPhone or an Android, you don't look at one photo at a time. You can probably look at 30 to 40 photos. All of those photos are also saved in those smaller sizes so you can quickly view them, and those are called thumbnail images. But the actual image itself is much larger typically.
Can you see that all right?
Yes.
New password list.
From that file itself, was this image consistent with the thumbnail attached to that extraction?
Yes.
And you can't tell me about the circumstances from which this photograph was taken.
No.
Can you simply tell me that this is a photograph that was on the device
Yes.
and was depicted in the extraction report?
Yes.
Do you have information about at least the created modified access dates here as it relates to this particular thumbnail?
I'm not sure if that refers to the thumbnail or the actual photo itself. I believe it refers to the actual photo, which is the created of
What's going on here?
6/26/24. I believe the thumbnail is actually just generated by Celebrite.
Yes, I apologize.
the-
I mean for the photo.
Yeah, so the artifact itself being the larger image we just saw, the created, modified, and access is associated with the photo, but then the metadata below is the data about the photo itself. So you can see that the capture time, probably the original time that photo was created, matches the created and modified.
And for this specific photograph, there is a capture time that it also reflects camera phone and iPhone 14. Were those consistent with the device information from the first exhibit that we looked at 76A?
I don't recall if it was an iPhone 14.
In looking at in looking at state 76A, does it refresh your recollection as to the device model for this extraction?
Yes, it would be the same model then.
Did the capture time of 8:35 p.m., is that indicative of UTC time in looking at the actual created modified access information?
So the time is about 2 minutes difference, but I'm not sure if the capture time below is in UTC, but using the created modified times, it would appear that it would be in UTC.
How about as it relates to the image that was actually captured itself? Is there any information from the image itself that we're able to ascertain regarding the
New
potential time that it was
password
captured?
list.
Yes, the phone itself shows that it was 8:35.
In looking at States Exhibit 76B8, can you tell me how this type of an extraction, even though we still see the blue and the green boxes, would be different from the one that we looked at from Instagram? Does this one
not
have
sure.
phone numbers for the participants instead of ID numbers or?
Yes,
Okay. And are you able to see the phone numbers on this report itself?
yes,
Are those phone numbers depicted here?
yes.
And with owner, is that indicative of the device from which this information came from?
It is.
Okay, so
You mentioned
Alicia.
when we were looking at the Instagram messages that there's a to or a from. Do we have that information in each of the top of the chat bubbles that we see here photographed or depicted?
Yes.
She's not reading the text. The first text said, "Hey, it's Alicia. This is my new number. Save it." The person in blue said, "K." She goes, "If you get a new phone and have an Android," that's a little blurry. Can't
Can you
see.
tell me from whom the top message?
Okay, if you get an iPhone and you have an Android, you could just switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade, like your pictures and stuff. That's what she says in these two messages.
Came from and what, if anything, it said?
It shows it came from the owner's device to the phone number ending in 7558. And did you want me to read the actual
The
message
content of the
itself?
message, if
Okay.
you would.
Says, if you get a iPhone and you have a Android, you can switch your stuff over. I just figured it out if you ever upgrade.
Did that same message that's captured there in green also, or that same sender also send the next message that's captured in green?
Yes,
And does that one indicate anything was actually sent as far as content as well?
As far as the message goes, it says,
The guy says, switch and bring your hard-headed ass home.
like your pictures and stuff.
And was there any response or message back to this device captured in this chat?
Yeah, it shows that the message received was about a minute later. And it just says, switch and bring your hard-headed self home.
That message, those messages that we just looked at, 76B8, were those and UTC time consistent with the device being, or sending these messages at 8:39 PM on June 26th?
Yeah, so this report, or what you're viewing here, has been converted to Eastern Standard Time. So the times would reflect Eastern Standard Time, and that's what the -4 means.
And lastly, for this device, from state 76B4, is this another one of those messages where you're able to tell us whether it was between devices with a number or on some kind of social media account?
This is from devices with phone numbers.
What is the timestamp that is related to the first message that's sent?
It is 8:42 PM, and it's in Eastern Standard Time.
And was there a response from someone to this device?
Yes.
And what was that?
How do I know this is you?
Can you tell us what we're looking at here on page 2 of that same exhibit and how it differs from the other chats?
This is just obviously a picture message that was sent as an attachment in the message.
And again, are you able to, when you see something that size, look at a larger depiction of that?
Yes.
Is that what was reflected there?
Yes.
Not the duck face selfie.
And was the timestamp able to be deciphered from the information included on that message?
Yes.
And when was that message sent from this owner's device?
9:17 PM in Eastern Standard Time.
In addition to the Celebrite for Red 03, did you have an opportunity to review an Axiom extraction as well? That was a return from iCloud.
Yes.
I'm showing you 75B. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it is that we are seeing in the overview report in 75B?
Yes, this is, the overview is all the individual files that comes back from Apple, and then they're parsed out by, in this case, Axiom.
So did the extractions that come from, or the returns that come from iCloud, when you pop them into Axiom, do they look a little bit different visually than the Celebrite reports that we just looked at?
Yes, the individual company decides how they want to display the information when they parse it.
What, if anything, are you able to tell me about each of these 3 files? Can you view them together when you actually use this software?
Yes.
And do you have the same option to look at tabs or categories within the information when you use it?
Yes.
And publishing states 75C. Now, how is it that you, from an Axiom extraction or report, are able to determine where or what category the information came from?
It would have the same file path at the end. It would show you exactly where it pulled from. Maybe not necessarily in this PDF or printed version of it, but on the tool itself, it would let you.
Are you able, from the actual report that gets extracted, to decipher some information about its originating location?
Yes.
What is Text Now Chat?
Text Now is a voice over IP application that allows you to send text messages and phone calls, receive phone calls, basically over the internet. So as long as you have cellular data or hooked up to Wi-Fi, you can download the application and basically request a phone number and then make phone calls and text messages using the application instead of the native phone number assigned to that phone.
Is that different from sending a text message or a call from your device?
It would still be from the device, but through an application.
So you would use the phone, but you'd be using an app?
Yes.
Now, if I called you in that app, would my phone number to you be the same as my phone number that AT&T gave me if I select a number?
It'd be whatever phone number that Text Now provided to you.
But it's not the same as an extraction, for example, from the instant messages from a device or the iMessages.
No.
Oh.
Was there in state 75C1?
Whoa! Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay.
Report from-
Okay. So Text Now is an app that uses a different number. Listen to this text chat. It says, "Itch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate, trying to act like you mad and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out of the effing blue. Why the F are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk and talk to them ugly itches you talk to every day. You come across and touch. You F them up. You not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do anything to your ass or start a conversation, you still effing mad? The fuck?" Well, the tea has arrived, dear chat. Let's go.
The axiom for this device.
Yes.
And is this device the alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com?
This is not a device, but a
Return from
return.
iCloud, so
Yes.
data from them.
Yes.
And would that have been from that Alicia Andrews 03@yahoo?
Yes.
All right. Now, what is it that we're looking at?
This is just text messages or messages that the Axiom tool has pulled from that iCloud extraction.
Is it possible that this isn't the entirety of all of the messages that go back and forth?
Yes.
Are you able to select some messages by date?
Yes, she blocking the more tea on the bottom. It says, "And you acting like I'm not pregnant. You're going to talk to me one day, so I don't give a F about your little," and then it cuts off.
Or timestamps, anything like that?
Yeah, you can filter within the tool to only certain messages, and then sometimes only certain messages are backed up. So you don't always get the full conversation, or you can filter it down to just portions yourself.
And coming
called him
from
a
this
sicko.
return from the email for Alicia Andrews 03, what does the information that's provided in these chat bubbles tell us?
It just tells me that this message was sent to someone at that date and time.
And are you able to tell me anything about where the device came from? I mean, where the information came from? Was this message sent from this device, this report, to another person?
Yes, I can't tell right now, but it looks like it might possibly be a contact that says me, or I'm not sure if that's referring to the individual device. I've never seen me on a report before, so it might be a contact saved as me, but I'm not sure.
Look at the date, June 17th, a few days before
Yes.
the shooting, before Julio died.
Should I turn it off?
She sure is writing a lot. That's a good point, Team Pretty. She was going to use the
Are you able to tell
DV
me about
offense.
the dates that this message was sent?
Yes, it shows that it was 6/17/2024 at 11:44 and 11:47 a.m.
Now, as we move through this exhibit, all of these exhibits would have come from the data from the iCloud return that you received for the Alicia Andrews 03 at Yahoo account. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 75C4 is this
Oh, there's more.
image that's being depicted here from page 4.
Oh, what's this?
Different in some way than you would see for a traditional image, like if it was a photograph.
This image that we see here isn't actually an image, it's a video file, but the Axiom tool, so in my investigations, we go through hundreds, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos. So instead of having to watch each individual video as you go through the tool, Axiom will display what's a preview of the video by giving you 8 frames from the video to give you a general idea what might be in that video.
Okay, so this is a video, but look at the time on the bottom, guys, or the time date, time stamp. It looks like it is June 22nd. Interesting. We're getting closer to the murder date.
You don't have to necessarily watch every single video just to find out what's in it. It'll give you a preview, which is what Axiom has done here, and then you could go watch the video itself. So in this case, we're looking at a preview that was generated by Axiom of the actual video file.
Are you able to actually see the full video or even grab some of the frames from the video when you're pulling an extraction report?
Yes,
And is that what's indicated here from that same video?
correct.
Just a screenshot, basically, if we're using layman's terms.
Yes, and I think even when you go back to the still frames where there was the 8 different frames from that video, you can see that it's very similar.
Are you able to tell me anything about the date and time that this video was preserved from the data or file information here?
It just shows the last modified and then, more importantly, the EXIF created. And how we mentioned earlier, the EXIF data is more data about the file itself versus a lot of times when you see created, access, and modified, that refers to that file being in a specific place at that date and time. So if you put a folder on your computer and you make a copy of that folder and put it somewhere else on your computer, those created date and times will be different because it's whenever you copied and pasted.
Is this them in the
But
car
the EXIF is specific to
on
when
their
that
way
video
down to
file itself
Tampa?
was created. So typically, forensically, that's the one we try to focus on if it's available, and in this instance it is, which is 6/22/24 at 5:26 p.m.
And are you able to say that that is also Eastern Standard Time based on the UTC information also provided?
Yes.
Publishing 75C5 from the same iCloud return. Is this an actual either screenshot or an image on the device different from what we've just seen reflected as a video?
Yes.
Is there a time reflected in the screenshot itself?
Yes, 2:58.
Arrival time. Uh-oh.
And is there data associated
6:22, I knew it!
with the screenshot itself?
That was a road trip.
Yes.
On this particular screenshot, this one has a PNG label. How is that different from what we saw before?
PNG is often associated with screenshots when it comes to Apple devices. So if you do a screenshot on an Apple device, it'll save it as a PNG versus the HEIC file.
The EXIF data for this one is depicted down here. Is that the same EXIF data for date and time that we would be looking at?
Yes.
And are you able to tell me what the EXIF data tells us about this particular screenshot?
It shows the original date and time to be 6:23 at 2:58 PM, or I'm sorry, yeah, PM.
PM?
I'm sorry, no, so 2:58, I was looking at the top. So 2:58, there is no PM or AM associated with it.
In 75C6, are you able to see that? Record 1 of 75C6.
Oh my God.
Yes.
All right, and do you know, or can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture, but I don't know who it is or where it came from.
Are you familiar with the photo application in an iPhone or Samsung device?
Yes.
And do you have the options, which we could see at the bottom right here, of taking a photo or selecting a photo option?
I believe that's just a selfie cam. I'm not sure if that's taking a photo or selecting a photo.
To flip the camera on
Yeah.
the photo app?
Yes.
But is this, so if I clicked on or took my
That's a
phone
hotel.
and clicked on the little camera that's on the
Or
home screen, I
apartments.
can open that to access the camera?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at here, a camera access from one of these devices, or a device of some kind?
It appears to be consistent with taking
Oh,
a photo with
wait.
the device, but I'm not sure what.
Wait. Is that the club? I don't know. There's those stairs look familiar. Oh no. No. Okay, let's listen.
Application it's being used from.
While you are utilizing your phone's camera, whether it's front-facing or rear-facing, are you still able to take a screenshot?
Yes.
What information, if any,
Yes, the
did
next
this
day.
particular item provide to us
23rd.
regarding the date of the original?
It's the club.
The original date showing 6:23 at 4:10.
Alicia. It's on her phone. This is an extraction from her phone.
It doesn't show an AM or PM.
Are you able to tell us about the ability to have military time or standard time? Tell us the difference between those two things.
You can select military or standard on your phone, how it's displayed. And basically that being on military time is from 0000 all the way up to 2400 or 2359. So basically there is no AM or PM with military time.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I bet you do want to approach. Alicia, this is on your phone. So this, I think, is probably one of the first big pieces of evidence we see against her, you know? The location, that is from the cut too. Like, it's not even close. Like, that's from the cut. That vantage point.
75C7. Are you able
She's
to tell
giving
us anything
them-
about this return from iCloud as it relates to information from Instagram?
Just that, is this from, we're still talking about the iCloud return?
Yes, the same return from alicia.andrews03@yahoo.com.
Yeah, so again, Axiom being the tool that we used in this one, it identified different, trying to think where it came, or see where it came from.
Yo, look at the name. Young and Ace. Look at, oh, Chad. Record 1 identifier, Young and Ace. Record 2 identifier, Young and Ace. The source, Alicia Andrews at yahoo.com. Chat. She sent it to Young and Ace. Is why they saved it for the end. Right here. I mean, I don't know. Where the poll at now? I put another poll up for y'all. I don't mean shit. 900,000 votes. Y'all are all putting the votes in now. Now it's moving to yes, guilty. I'm done. I'm done with y'all, chat. It's all moving to guilty. All right, let's see what they say here. But we're all reading the same thing. It says Young and Ace.
Different accounts associated with, it looks like, Instagram.
Does Axiom allow for information regarding followers and following when it gives you a return from Instagram or information from Instagram?
I cannot tell if these are follows or following, but it's obviously information that's backed up to Apple.
Let's just be clear.
When you make
Send
a
it.
full download as it relates to the Instagram profiles, followers or following, are you able to review the file path and the file information to assess whether there's following, followers, followed by? Those categories that Axiom gives you.
Yeah, so in this scenario, yes, you can see what Axiom has parsed out, and it shows that the account associated with that Apple account, that cloud account, there are artifacts associated with Instagram showing that that account is following that username at the top. And you
Okay,
can see where it's
following. I
following,
want to
yes,
see if it was
but they're not
sent,
being followed back by the
received,
same account.
opened.
So following, yes.
Yes,
The username account, Young and Ace.
yes,
Followed by, no.
correct.
There are 3 of these records. Is the difference between having record 1, record 2, and record 3, which indicate the same, each of the iCloud returns that we saw in the beginning here when we were looking at the backup evidence?
I'm
When
not
we
sure.
looked at the first page, let me go back.
I'm not sure what the difference is between the 3 records are. That would be Axiom parsed it out, whether that information is in 3 different locations or it's just repeating information that's the same information in 3 different locations.
If the path matches source information from this file, the second file, and this third file from page 3 of the evidence overview, does that lead you to believe that they are, in reviewing the contents of each of these zips, representative of that following for each of the returns from each one of those files?
So it would be more from the source, and I can see that the source looks, there's a lot of numbers in there to tell you exactly the same, but it looks like the source might be a little bit different, and that's why you have 3 records.
Okay, and then when you see the evidence number or information, is that referring to the file that is provided from iCloud?
Yes. But in there are multiple different folders, and you see that where it says source here.
This is why we have to keep watching, guys, because, you know, if the boyfriend send it, we'll see. The defense is going to say something about that when they do cross, right? So stay tuned, stay tuned. We will see what happens, but I mean, it's clear. They haven't said that it was sent, but it looks like it says profile picture URL source from her phone. I want to see if it was actually sent to Young and Ace.
Being the original one, and then there's that number, the 1295723, and then there's folder and subfolder and subfolder. So every line that you see is another folder within that folder. So every slash mark.
In 75C8, do we have the same type of following report or information that was pulled from Axiom? Page 4 of that exhibit for username Julio Foolio.
Correct.
And do we still have or also have those columns regarding following and is followed by.
Whoa,
As it relates to this particular account is, what was the account, was the
What's
account
this?
following?
The device account was following the Julio Foolio, but Julio Foolio's account was not following back the user's device or user's account.
whoa, okay. This is what I was saying. Was something sent? Show us.
Are you also able to, as we could see from the device report and the Cellbrite data, or the reports that we had, are you also able to select photographs that you can pull reports for?
Yes.
In looking at this photograph that's depicted in 75C9, was there information associated with that photo which would allow you to be able to tell when the photo was captured?
Yes.
And what information is that, and can you relay that for us?
So, again, forensically, we often focus on the EXIF data, which is data about the data itself, not necessarily when that photo was placed on that device or that cloud. But here you can see that when the photo was taken, it captured a lot of information, lat and long being exactly where GPS put that photograph being taken, what model phone took it, and it looks like even it tells you which camera it would have taken it with, being the dual wide camera, which is typically seen on the back of a device, versus the selfie camera or the front facing camera that would face you.
And can this data, because it's been an iCloud backup, be something that came from a different device? When we saw Cellbrite, we saw a model number and an iPhone and those types of things. Can this be a different device just stored to the cloud?
It could simply be someone sent you the picture and it's stored on your device, but it just got backed up to the cloud even though another photo or another phone took the photo.
Can it be your device having taken the photo?
If you have multiple devices with the same account, cloud account, yes, it could all be backed up. But it could also be a photo taken with someone else's phone and then you've stored it or saved it on your device and it kept all that same EXIF information and also got backed up because now it's on your device that is being backed up.
If I have my same iCloud account from high school up till now,
Yeah.
will every phone that I've used and backed up to that same iCloud account still be reflected? Those photos from older phones are still in my iCloud.
It's possible. That's a better question for Apple, how long that they store stuff for.
But you
Or-
can have different devices that back up to the cloud.
Yes.
Is this a larger version of that photograph?
Where's
that
the
was depicted
tattoo?
in the last exhibit?
Says gutta. Oh, there's more.
Same exhibit
Well,
was there and it
well,
was captured
well
April
then.
15th of 2023.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
In 75C10, can you tell us what it is that this is representative of?
These look like text messages between two devices.
So these look different than what we looked at from Cellbrite. We don't have the convenience of the blue and the green. How do you know that the messages are going back and forth? Is there something about their placement?
Yeah, so Axiom will place them typically right and left to try to make it look more like what you would see on the device. Sometimes there's colors that make it a little bit easier to see, which I don't see here. But you can also see received at the top where those ones are being received by that cloud account information, and it says unknown direction. So probably didn't parse or it wasn't provided in the plist files or databases that were given.
But there is a number associated with the received by,
Yes.
and then the unknown direction, can that be from this person responding back to that received by?
Well, received from, I believe, is the top number. Like that was, they received that message from that number.
Yes, so if this message, text message is received from number ending
Right.
7534, is this the owner or user responding to 7534?
Correct. Often there isn't a number associated with the received by because the owner of the phone is simply the owner, doesn't need to store its own number.
Are you able to tell me about the date and time from which I don't like the town center was received to this iCloud?
It shows April 10th of 2023 at 8:38 PM.
Was there a response to that message?
Yes.
What was that?
You hate everywhere with an emoji, we don't gotta sit in.
Did the number ending in 7534 send a reply to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
23 got killed in the town center, that's why I'm like out there.
We still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this iCloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from the person with this device.
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from this iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
Okay, it says gotta again. I'm gonna go back a few seconds because those texts were interesting.
With this,
Okay.
we still see the phone number that's provided for the person that's sending the messages to this.
This is kind of important. So 23 got killed in town center. That's why I don't like it out there. I don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do, I switch moods like a motherfucker. Well, we don't have to go there if it's going to bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't try yet.
Cloud,
Yes.
and we see their responses on the right from the person with this device.
Yes.
Lastly, was there an image from this iCloud account preserved April 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And were you able to see that image in an enlarged fashion from the same extraction report?
Yes.
I believe that completes this particular extraction run.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:20, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30, and we'll see you then.
All rise.
I agree, God's gifts. Let's see what happens here.
Officers out there.
Very good, thank you. Detective Morse, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, since you've not yet been cross-examined while we're on the break, you can't talk to anybody about anything related to this case, including any of the crimes. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, just go to lunch or do whatever, and then we'll see you back here at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's go ahead, what is the issue with the?
Judge, there is the defendant's interview. We had both agreed that we would stop it when she requests an attorney. I had sent previously a message about additional redactions where there is conversation from the detectives having to do with a type of sentence, a life sentence, as well as there are references to what the jury will do, including statements like, you're gonna get convicted, the jury's gonna convict. I mean, there are several areas that I think are inappropriate, that I had sent to defense counsel, and I think that he is of the opinion it just all should come in.
And this is after she invoked her right to counsel?
Before.
Okay.
So there were several references, as well as several references to the type of sentence that she's going to get. And what I think is concerning, especially references to what needs to be proven in front of the jury, what the jury's going to do.
Okay, why are those comments by law enforcement admissible?
It's admissible because the officer is the one who said it. It's during an interview. We shouldn't get to retract certain statements, redact certain statements that he made during an interview because it looks bad on him. And that's exactly what the state is asking.
Good
the court
argument.
to do. And the interrogation, he's threatening Alicia. He's saying these things to Alicia. He's also not just mentioning life, he's also mentioning term of years, which is 30. Regardless of what he says and what he mentions in terms of what sentence that she may get, all of what he's doing during the interrogation is what prompts Alicia to give the responses that she does give during the interrogation. So if you take out the statements that he's making, you're leaving out the context of why she said and did certain things. So that context needs to remain in the statement.
So, I mean, it sounds like you're arguing some form of coercion based upon what the detective said?
I mean, it could be coercion, it could be under influence, it could be...
Well, why did you file a motion to suppress pretrial?
Oh, God.
And I'm asking for it to get out.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
asking for the statements after she invoked her rights to be left out.
Okay. Well, what did she say anything inculpatory after the detective made the statements about what the potential
She does
sentence
not.
is?
So, I mean, my only concern again was the rule of completeness. That's why I went with defense counsel. These are not statements where she is making incriminating statements. She is denying her involvement. So, Judge, I don't think that those, again, normally we're giving this with an instruction saying how the law enforcement officer's opinion is not evidence. I think defense would normally be asking me to take it out.
Right.
If that didn't happen in this scenario, I understand that they may have their own strategy. However, it's not appropriate, especially there are multiple references about the jury specifically.
All right, what are they talking about right now? So we just wrapped for the lunch break, so the jury is out of the room. Typically, if there's anything that they need to talk about while the jury is on this break, whether it is a lunch break or a morning break or an afternoon break, both sides will just reconvene for a minute and talk about evidence that's about to come in or issues with that evidence. Now, through the next person, it seems like they're going to introduce interrogation footage. That interrogation footage includes one of Alicia's initial interrogation interviews. And before she said, I want a lawyer, the prosecution just said, just now, some inappropriate statements made by law enforcement. The jury's going to convict you of this, right? This is how much time you're about to get. They do that as a persuasive tactic to encourage a person that they're interviewing to talk. It's a problem. Now, what the judge is saying and the defense teams wants that. They want it in. They're like, no, let it come in. Let it come in because it's going to show that they had coerced her to say something, right? Now, the judge is just like, well, if you wanted to suppress it, you should have done that in pretrial motions. You could have done it a long time ago. You're waiting to right now. And he's just like, no, let's clarify. I want it to come in, right? The prosecution, oddly, is trying to keep it out, but they're also like, okay, I don't know what the defense team is up to here, but this interrogation footage, I mean, a good defense would be to keep it out. At the end of the day, think about that. It's more of a risk for the prosecutors because why would you want to use it? If you're like the cops are supposed to do the right thing, right? when you have a defense, you have to show that the right thing wasn't done, that there are holes in the story or holes in the evidence. You look at procedural issues. And this is something that they're arguing through right now. Let's see how this shakes out before they break for lunch.
Okay. Let me see this. So were you intending to play anything to the jury after the detective makes these comments about what the sentence is in this case, or the potential sentence is?
Judge, it is in there multiple times, so there is portions that occur after that, correct?
Okay. And
Scrambling and
so-
scraping.
So there is evidence that you would seek to admit after the detective makes that representation regarding what a potential sentence is.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that part you do intend to play to the jury.
Not her direct response to that, but the interview does go on, Judge. But I thought a lot of it is what the defense wanted to remain within the conversation, if that makes sense.
No, I mean, I'm having a hard time because I don't know what the interview, I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna have to look at it. And I really wish someone filed a motion before trial and we weren't doing this in the middle of trial. Okay, so be back here at, I think I told the jury 1:30, be back here at 1:15 so I can look at the video. Okay, thanks.
Where's the recess?
All right, so 1:15, they're about to take pretty much a maybe 30, 40-minute break for lunch. And then the judge, before the jury comes back in, is going to ultimately rule on whether or not that video is coming in. Did I just see her wiggle? Did she just do a little wiggle?
Thanks.
Where's the recess?
Got a power yawn. There's some smiling. That looks like a little bit of confidence. I wonder what's going on over there. Okay. I mean, I wonder what's happening with the defense team. So let's recap on what we've seen for the morning. And I just will remind you guys, I'm jumping on Fox Orlando at 2:30. So we will go up until 2:30, 2 more hours of court time, and then I'll jump back on at 3 just so we can get that interview done and go from there. Today, not many witnesses. We saw Amara Drew, so just 2 witnesses this morning. She was a firearm expert. It was very long and drawn out. And then we just worked with Detective Bors. He's from Tampa PD. He did the cell phone extraction. Few pieces of damning things for Alicia. The first one is the location of where Julio was. There was an image of that, so we saw that image. The next thing is we took a look at Instagram follows, so to speak. I don't know. It's still a little unclear if that photo was actually sent to Young and Ace, but it also showed Foolio, and they really focused on the fact that you were followed and not followed back. So that's what I'm a little unclear on. I don't know if they're going to finish after lunch, but that is something that I think the jury members would have a question about. Was this actually sent? Was this, sent over, received, opened, that sort of thing? I think those small details are very, very important for the jury to know, right? Because why would they add Foolio, right? Like, are you just showing that they were followed on Instagram, or was there a transaction? Was this image sent, received, opened? Right? Because that would really help with helping us determine, okay, was she absolutely the cause of dropping the location? I think most people say yes. And when we did find those pieces of evidence through the Cellbrite extraction, I did poll you guys. The poll is still up right now. Has a prosecution proven Alicia's guilt? This morning, not yet AV was at 40%, but now yes is leading with 43%. Sort of. The people that are still on the fence are at 17%. Yesterday it was around 18%. So this split really has not changed much compared to yesterday. Yesterday we ended the day with most people thinking that she was guilty, right? So interesting stuff. Also, judging from the day, we can see that we still need to go through Detective Ramos, the lead investigator in this case. That is going to take several hours. So it could be that we start with him this afternoon. It goes into tomorrow. and the defense goes into tomorrow. Remember, they have how many witnesses that they're going to work with? I believe they said that they were going to have about 4 to 6. I wrote it down. 4 to 6 that they were going to have. One of them is someone who is in custody, right? So that being said, you know, they start their presentation of the case. Then we go to closing arguments Thursday. The jury starts deliberating. But with us being so close to deliberation time, I mean, there's a lot here, right? Howard is that person in custody that they plan on having. I think I counted 4 people that they were going to have. And Howard, because he's in custody and needed to be shipped to the courthouse, is currently in the back room of the courthouse, just in the tank, just waiting to be called. And he may not get called today. So we'll see. You know, he's there on standby, but tomorrow might be another day where he actually takes the stand. I don't think he's going to take the stand today, depending on how this looks. But yeah, you know, interesting day so far. You know, there were some inconclusive values that came in through the firearms expert, you know, a little bit of a heated discussion with the defense attorney, the younger defense attorney, and the judge. That got heated this morning. And then we just brought in this detective to talk about Cellbrite data extraction from Alicia's phone. Now, the other big thing that they focused on, again, we're seeing it because we're all communicating with each other on the outside. I just wonder if the jury is able to see it. Was the tattoos from the Cellbrite extraction, like the gutter name here on her neck, the gutter name here on her chest, and in those spaces. So they showed different photographs of her with the red hair, but you can see the gutter name, right? They said something about gang signs when she was going like this, but like, I mean, it was just a typical girl gut, like, you know, duck face, like, you know, the whole peace thing that little girls do. I mean, I don't know. So shout out to Jamaica. I know that they're about to get hit by a pretty intense hurricane. So everybody is watching that, praying for them. Unrelated topic, but that's what we saw this morning. Now, what we can do during lunch, they are due back Eastern Standard Time at 1:15 is 12:40 Eastern Standard Time. So we've got about 35 minutes to kill. I do want to continue going to Foolio's mom's interview that we started to watch yesterday. We didn't finish it. I just have us pause on where we left off to kill the time, but we can go from there. And before we go there, let me read our super chats, and then we will kill our time with that. And then again, quick reminder, we will do a second stream from 3 to 5, just so I can make some time to head over to Fox. Shout out to D with the 5, says Alicia appears to have BBS, bad boy syndrome, a condition with terrible consequences of young ladies' own choosing. I mean, do you remember those text messages we saw? Like, apparently the guy must have blocked her. She goes to Text Now, which is an app that gives you a different phone number to still send the person a text. And Alicia's like, you sicko. Like, I was like, okay, well, that opens the door to the DV argument that she originally was going to use, right? That they had a tumultuous relationship. This man is taking her phone and using it. This man is the one that is allegedly sending, you know, the location to Young and Ace. But at the same time, it's a hard argument to make. I mean, you guys are talking about the video where it shows that he was using her phone, but I think they would need a little bit more. Because remember, we're all having a conversation about this. The jury's on their own. They can't talk to each other. They can talk to each other when they're in the deliberation room. But the same way I'm taking notes, are they taking notes in a similar fashion? Are they going to remember some of these things? Is it going to go over their head? So much about trial strategy means effectively having information land, right? Those that watch the Karen Reed trial with us, that's why we loved the defense team, because they would often do things where, you know, I don't know if you guys remember, I called him Bobby Schmurda, but Bob Alessi was amazing at effect, because he would talk about things the mistakes that detectives made, the mistakes that police made when it came to his defendant, Karen Reed. He would put on the gloves. He would inflect his voice like, what could possibly be the answer for doing something like this? Why would they do something like this? Here's the thing, though. The jury's not going to forget that. Karen got acquitted. So you have to really think about all of that when it comes to defense strategy. I do think the woman in the pink today on the defense team is doing a great job. You know, she is like, okay, fine, bring the text messages in. But here's the thing. Yeah, she has pictures with some of these people. Yeah, that could show knowledge, but she doesn't know these people like that, especially the people that actually committed the crime. So bring it on, right? The judge is like, but on the other hand, in opening statements, you guys did say that this was a romantic vacation between her and her boyfriend, and it went south. If that was the case. I mean, those text messages that we just saw were dated June 17th. The murder took place, I think, on the 24th or the 26th. But leading up to that, how is it a romantic thing? I'm playing devil's advocate. How is it a romantic thing if on the 17th, you're leading a text message after he blocked you and called you, and you called him a sicko? Is that romantic in nature? So there's a lot of problems here that we can see from the outside that a jury may not see on the inside in the moment, right? They might still have some questions. So there's a lot here. We're gonna check it out. But yeah, she liked her a bad boy, apparently. A shout out to Tia. I think this is another super stick. You sent me a banana earlier. Now it's a hot dog. I don't know. Tia likes the stickers with the food. Thank you, Tia. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Shout out to Senator, the candle maker with the 5, says, AV, Senator, how you doing, brother? Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Frank pops in with the 5, says they never made the connection between Ace and Alicia. The only person who knew Ace was her boyfriend. That's a good point, Frank. So then, does that paint a deeper connection between them and the rationale behind why he was using her phone? But then it's like, do you give a shit about this girl if you're using her phone to set somebody up? It's worse for him, but when his trial comes, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You know, but at the end of the day, you're an adult. You're allowing somebody to use your phone. And they're using your phone to do some egregious things. Now it kicks in the door for that DV argument. It does. We can go in that door now. So that's why I'm curious to see what happens on cross-examination with this particular witness. Going to Buddy 305 Love with the 5 says, it boggles my mind how these so-called investigators and police techs don't know how cloud storage works. And most teens know more than them. Shame. Yeah, because I mean, even that was crafty. If you get blocked, like, you know, she found another way. Shorty went to another app and said, listen, sicko, she found another way. It was so funny. I mean, it's not funny, but, you know, it is funny, right? She found another way to get in touch with him to let her know how she was feeling. So, but we could see that there is a rocky relationship here. So it contradicts what the defense said in opening statements. I have to say that. Now, what you hear in opening statements is not evidence. So although the jury hears it, what is an opening statement? An opening statement is basically a guidepost for the jury. We've talked about that several times here. It's probably one of the most important parts in trial, and the person that I've seen to do it very well using opening statements to their advantage are 2 attorneys that we've seen so far this year in the trials we've covered. Joe Tacopina in the ASAP Rocky case, he made promises to that jury and he delivered. ASAP Relly is a liar. ASAP Relly, Detective Relly was going and collecting shells himself. Detective Relly had his knuckles scraped up, didn't go to the hospital on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. No, he went to the hospital later. Detective Relly said that he was never at a gun range. I have proof that he was at a gun range. Detective Relly did this. And guess what? ASAP got off. Because in closing arguments, what Joe Tacopina did is, remember that promise I made you on day one? Yeah, the state didn't prove it. Remember promise 2 I made you on day 1? The state didn't prove it. Remember promise number 3? The state didn't prove it. And remember how I told you that I would prove that Relly is a liar? I showed you how he lied. So do you see how opening statements is a promise to the jury? And at the end, in closing, you show, hey, we delivered on that promise. Here's where the state failed. This is what they showed you. This is what they weren't able to prove. So they're more persuasive devices more than actual evidence. Evidence is when it's your side of the case and you bring up all these damn witnesses. Where are we at? Number 38? About to be at 38? We're at 38. This is where you bring in the evidence. This is where it's very vital for the state to show us. And at witness number 38, we're getting some pieces of things here with these text messages. We got some other pieces of information from the text messages with the friend last week, right? Her friend, where she texts to her friend, I don't like Foolio, I think he should die. Something like that. She's on the ring footage. We see Alicia going in. Right now we see some Cash Apps. They're smaller, but we also saw some text messages where she was trying to secure the Airbnb. Was it under her name at the end of the day? No, it was under somebody else's name. But do you have some involvement if you're trying to help secure the space? How many rooms you need? Like 2. So you have all of that. It is really shaky at best, but it's not up to us. It's the 12 people in that box. It really is. So a lot of working parts here. A lot of working parts. But thank you so much, Buddy305. I love. And Tia hits me. I think this one was an orange. This one was an orange for a super sticker. Thank you so much. The other thing that comes to mind too, I'm just looking at the other monitor and it does show the stream a few minutes back. What was up with that video with the feet? What was that? It looked like it was inside of a car and it was on the way down there. I saw an arm, but we saw her feet. I don't know the significance of the feet quite yet. But again, because we had the lunch break, this just stopped abruptly. Anyway, 12:50 Eastern Standard Time. They're coming back at 1:15. So we have about 25 minutes. Why don't we're all caught up on Superchats, so why don't we come over to Foolio's mom's interview from yesterday, and we'll keep working on that, right? We're going to work on that one. This was with Say Cheese, and yesterday we watched this during lunch, and we found out that Foolio's mom had been shot 8 times. If you are not familiar with the case, you probably didn't know that. Some people have been following this for years. Some people have been, some of y'all are local in Florida and you've been watching. But from this interview, there are many gems that are likely going to come up in court as well. It happened yesterday, so let's keep going and see what is happening there. I'll also check out her Instagram. What I've been seeing is she has been posting daily recaps. I didn't see anything from day 3. We'll see if she did a recap from yesterday. And then if that is up, we'll see what she has to say. Or if she does one for today, day 4 and day 5 are still fair game. All right, chat, let's go back in and see what's going on with Foolio's mom here in the Say Cheese interview.
I couldn't, that was just talking to a deaf ear. Because you just shot somebody's mom. For what?
Exactly.
Because y'all beefing over Instagram or whatever. You just tried to kill his mother. For what? Did he shoot at your mom? Did he kill one of your homeboys? Did he knock on your and do it? No, that's not it. Because it was just because we already know. We know Charles' mouth. Whatever. And it's none of that. They did it because they wanted him. And they figured, hey, let's go get his mama. And they done made plenty of songs about that. Let's go get his mom. Take his mom out.
You don't think it was a mistaken identity?
No, it wasn't a mistaken identity.
They knew it was you.
Of course they knew it was me. They talked about it.
Wow. So they after this happened, they were bragging about it.
Yeah. They
Oh
got
my God.
several songs. Several songs.
And did Fulio ever live there?
He probably came to my house one time, but no, he didn't stay there.
So how does the location get out? Is it just word of mouth, Jacksonville, just being Jacksonville?
I I honestly don't know, and I don't trust people. There's no telling. They could have followed me from my building. Um, cause like I say, I did all type of. They could have followed me, or whatever. They could have tried to look it up. I don't trust nobody. They could have got it from the clerk of courts or court. I don't. You cannot trust none of these people. None of them. It's easy to get somebody's location. Why you think your location is hidden? It's not. You got somebody working a driver's license off. You got somebody work anywhere that can get your location. Because at the end of the day, the people behind these computers and these jobs, they are human. They want to be involved in something they don't have no need to be involved in. So it's no telling where they got my location from. Especially if you're a registered voter, your address, whatever, everything is out there.
Yeah. After you got shot. Well, how long did it take for you to recover?
Like start walking. Well, I think I was in the hospital maybe 2 weeks, and I was on a walker. I done been through so much in my like adulthood life that I refuse physical therapy. I'm like, I don't need it. I do it on myself. So I was determined to get off that walker. People want to decorate the walker. I'm like, yeah, I'm not finna get this walker decorated. Y'all crazy. So I walked with a limp for a while. That happened in August of 2018. And I think I went back to work maybe November, December, not because I was fully healed. It's because I had to go back to work. Still spending out money. Car shot up. The house I was in, lost money with that or whatever. I still had to get back on my feet to do what I needed to do. I never depend on nobody. So I know I had to get back out there and do what I needed to do for myself and for my kids, whatever. Of course, he assisted me or whatever. But where I was at during that time, whatever, because I wasn't going back to that house or whatever, and I had to move out that house or whatever, I had to do what I needed to do.
Yeah. And at this time, you were in the hospital bed and you're reaching out to other mothers, right? Other parents, other guardians. And a lot of these people, they're acting standoffish.
It's really one person I standoffish.
Can you say who
It's
that
only
person
just
is?
one person. Only one person acted standoffish, and I was very surprised at that. But everybody else, they were. And then later on down the line, of course, people acted standoffish. And I made a pact with one of the ladies. We made a pact. We was like, regardless of what these kids say, we are not going to get involved in this. We already know they're going to go tit for tat with this rap and stuff, whatever. We're not going to get involved. But her kids told her to stop talking to me and block me, and that's what she did. Up until my son got killed, she reached out and wanted to talk. Of course, I don't want to talk now. Because you want to talk to me now because you think we have something in common because both of our boys are dead. We don't have anything in common. So now I don't want to talk. You didn't want to talk in 2019, 20 or whatever, when, so what's there to talk about now? I just feel like you're going to be fake.
And you moved from that location.
These are great conversations about locations, right? Like even with Foolio put it on his public account that he was going to be at this club. But what implicates these people is that it was sent to Young and Ace. We're still trying to verify that, but if it was sent to Young and Ace, that's a deliberate action. That's a little bit different.
I moved from that location. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you personally know? I mean, it's pictures that are around on these YouTube documentaries with Queso, with Foolio, and then they say Young and Ace was cool with Foolio because, I mean, as we know, Foolio was like the head guy, like the drill music of Jacksonville. He made that a thing in Jacksonville. Do you personally know any of these guys? Did he ever bring them by the crib or anything?
No, ain't nobody coming to my house. They ain't coming to my house. But of course, I know Hakeem. That's Queso. I know him. I know his mother. I know his whole family. Younger Ace, I know of Younger Ace, but I do know his mother. And I know his brother very, very well, his little brother. So yeah.
Yeah.
But as
And
far
were
as with
Young and Ace,
Queso, I know his whole entire family. Everybody.
right?
Mother, daddy, sisters, brothers. I know his whole family.
Yeah. Were Young and Ace and Foolio ever tight, or was it just affiliated, or?
I don't think they never met each other. They never met each
Oh,
other.
okay.
At all.
Okay. Young and Ace did say that in the academics interview. He said that they never met, but I think at one point they were cool, but you know how that
They
goes.
were
Like,
just being neutral or whatever, but yeah. They never actually met.
Okay. Okay. So I mean, man, so time goes by after you get shot 8 times. Are you ready to relocate after that? I mean, but yeah, like, just like, man, forget this whole Jacksonville thing. Like, let's go to Atlanta. Let's start a new life.
But I did. I relocated somewhere else.
Okay.
And then I relocated somewhere else after that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So 2018, Young and Ace, that shooting happens where 4 people get shot, 3 die, 1 survives, which was Young and Ace. And was that before you got shot 8 times or after?
After. I think that happened in June. I got shot in June. That happened in June. I got shot in August.
Okay. And Foolio was seen, when that happened, Charles was doing what he does. Was there ever a time where you was telling him to
I was so pissed off with him. Oh my gosh. I called him and cursed him out. I had other people to call him. A lot of times these kids not gonna listen to their mother. So I had other people to call him and tell him that he just gonna do it. They're gonna do what they want to do. I was so pissed off when I bought on Instagram and I seen him doing all that talking about them. I was pissed at him. And yes, I called. I don't do that. I'm not like some of these other mothers. I don't do that. I don't like that or whatever. At all. And I cursed him out so bad and he blocked me or whatever. Okay, I got another number and I had other people to call, but yeah, I was livid about that. I was pissed. Yeah.
Because the whole world blamed Foolio for that. I'm not saying he was involved. I'm not trying to do no police work. But when that happened, people pointed to Foolio, assuming he had something to do with it.
Well, they do that because, we log on YouTube and we got all these people from Ohio, Minnesota, and all these people right here making these captions with the clickbait. Do you know so many people sending me stuff? Oh, this thing. Have you see what they? I'm like, that's not real. That's clickbait. That's clickbait for them for you to click on their stuff and look at their whole thing so they can get paid. I even got into, and I usually don't get into it with these blogs, but it's just one that pissed me off so bad. I had to address. He pissed me off so bad. So I had to go on his channel.
Wait, what happened?
He was lying. He was saying I was trying to sue him. I'm like, I went on his channel. When did I went in his inbox and I went on his channel. When did I? Because of one of Charles' fans sent it to me, and I'm like, dude, when did I try to sue you? And then I looked at his channel and he was like, oh, because I'm gonna go off on Foolio your mom and da da da. I'm like, you don't even know me. I don't know you. Then he was like, well, you could just come to my channel. No, I'm not gonna come to your channel to bring your stuff up. That's the only blog dude that I can't stand him. Because all his stuff about Foolio on his page is a lie. It's clickbait. It's clickbait. And I tell people, how y'all gonna listen to somebody that's, if it didn't come from me, it's not real.
Yeah.
How these people in Detroit and all these places know about what's going on in Jacksonville and they don't even stay here. And then the people that believe it, you so small-minded because you got to ask yourself, and people actually embed this in their head and believe all this stuff. Oh, he was this top killer, da 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 da. He ain't never been interrogated about a murder. He ain't never been arrested about a murder. He ain't no convicted felon, any of that. So what are y'all talking about or whatever? So they put all this stuff in people's head and they go for even right now. But it's this one dude. That's the only blog, channel, Instagram person I have ever addressed. Have
Foolio ever opened up to you about things that nobody else should know about?
Well, he know not to tell me nothing. He not finna tell me nothing. He not finna put me in no situations. Cause I don't even want to know nothing. I don't want to be none of that about none of that stuff right there.
So hypothetically, if Foolio did do something, you don't know anything.
No,
like he's nothing. He never told you.
He ain't finna tell me. He's not going to tell. He's not going to put me in that situation. First of all, because he know I don't play that, and second of all, because he know my profession, and so he's not going to even put me in no type of situation like that. He's not going to tell me anything like that. Nothing at all. Anything that I know or whatever, I probably heard it from the streets, heard it from other people, heard it from social media, some stuff like that. But he's not going to tell me anything.
Yeah. I'm glad you got to clear the air, man, because when he passed, it was like, well, when you spoke out, I think it was on Facebook, a lot of people assumed you like knew certain things or was promoting it or things of that sort. You know, I'm happy you really get to clear the air.
First of all, a lot of people didn't know, even people in this city don't even know that I'm Foolio mom. They didn't know until this happened.
Yeah.
They didn't know that was my son until this happened. I didn't just go around parading, oh, Julio, and stuff like that. So a lot of people didn't even know that he was my son anyway. Only people that close to me are, he done been to the building and whatever, and they done, a couple of people that done seen him. My younger students probably done seen him or whatever. But a lot of people make their perception or whatever, perceive me to be a certain way. I don't know. He know not to tell me nothing. I don't know about anybody else, mom, or whatever. But no.
Did you personally know Bibby?
Yes, I know Bibby.
Yeah, I interviewed his dad about a year ago.
I saw the interview.
You saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I saw that interview. Yeah, so they are back in about 10 minutes, guys. We're just killing some time, getting to know a little bit more about Fulio's mom. This has got to be tough for her. She's got to go through 5 of these trials separately. It's not like you just get justice for your son in one trial. I mean, she's got to go through 5, and who knows if all of them get convicted, so it's going to be interesting. Alicia's is the first out of all of these folks, but we are just killing some time. 10 more minutes left before they are back in court, and the judge is going to let us know about that one piece of evidence that they just argued about before lunch, right? And that was the interrogation footage, or it might be a transcript. I think it's more footage. But the cops had said some things to Alicia to persuade her to, give them information. And a lot of it wasn't by the book. And they want to introduce it. The state wants to introduce it. And Alicia's team is like, bring it in. I want the jury to see how foul you were treating our client. Like, I want the jury to see it. The judge was annoyed and was just like, well, I wish y'all filed a motion before. I don't want to have to do this during the middle of a trial. So they are, the jury is back at 1:30, but they are coming back at 1:15 to see where we land with that footage. The judge is reviewing it while she's having lunch, and we're going to see what she ultimately decides. So about 9 minutes left, y'all. Hang in there. We're going to do this thing, and as soon as I hear movement in the courtroom, I will bring us back and change the channel.
His dad, I guess Bibby was living a double life, and he didn't know a lot of the things that was going on in the streets. He felt like Foolio was a big influence.
Honestly, we don't know Bibby dad. To keep it real. We don't know.
You say you don't.
We never seen. We didn't know Bibby had a dad. These boys around here paid for Bibby to go to school, take an Uber to school and stuff like that. Stay, you know, I never, nobody, when we seen that, we were like, well, who is this? I'm like, how Sean found him? Where he
Charleston
came
White,
from?
no, Charleston White had linked me with him. I don't know how they met, but Bibby wanted to really just speak out on everything. Well, Bibby's dad wanted to speak out, and I'm not saying he blamed Charles for the death that happened.
Yeah, I seen the video, but we know nobody around here. I wish I could ask these people around here. Nobody knew him. Absolutely nobody know him. I never seen
APB for
him before.
Bibby's dad. Where's Bibby's dad? Who is he?
Because if he's in the picture, we don't know Bibby dad.
Yeah.
Nobody.
You know, it especially in the social media age, you can be a good parent and still not know what's going on. You turn the corner, your son or daughter's doing whatever they want to do.
And that's absolutely correct. But we don't still know him. We didn't know he had a dad. Because like I said, Bibby, we knew, I don't know where that guy came from.
Yeah.
We don't know where he came from. Everybody was on the phone like, y'all seen Bibby? That's Bibby daddy. I mean, who is this guy? I'm like, where Sean found him from? Bibby dad? But where he been at? So that's why in the interview, he really couldn't tell you much about nothing. Because we don't know him. We have never seen him before.
Yeah, it seems like Foolio had a...
He stay in Jacksonville?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know him.
Yeah. It seems like Foolio did have a big influence, and not even just with the negative things they try to paint. It's like with the drill music, a lot of rappers didn't even think it was possible to make it out until Foolio started rapping. I hear a lot of that.
So I honestly think, and I'm not saying this because he's my son, I feel like him and Soldier K did open the door.
Yeah.
Like I say, they was doing the team parties, they were performing different places or whatever, and they were working with different artists, OG Black and people. I mean, they was working with people already in the industry at a young age. Whatever. So they opened the door for opportunities for others to start this rapping industry. And regardless of if you don't like him, you hate him, or anything like that, the fight remains that he did. Regardless of how anybody feel about him, you can't take that away from him.
What do you think made him the most hated guy in Jacksonville? Do you think it was jealousy? Was it him being super disrespectful?
I think it's jealous. I think it was jealousy. I think that because his disrespectful lyrics. I think because people only see stuff, like I said, one-sided or whatever. So because some of the guys that he even was beefing with or whatever, they done did songs together. They done tried to link up with him and things of that sort. And if you really know Charles, if you be around him, he is super quiet. He would give you anything. So people always talk about the negative, but they're not going to talk about the good things. And he did a lot of good things for this community, helping these kids. He done paid $1,000 for these people, $1,000 for them. He had to give them hard. And I used to always tell him that, you can't buy love. You can't buy nobody to like you. You can't buy nobody to love you.
That's a good point. It really is. Like, especially in this industry. I mean, I'm in a very different industry. I'm in the industry of YouTube, but, in social media, and when you are a artist, you can't buy anybody's love. You really can't. You got to have your friends that were before you did your started doing your thing, and after, right? Keep your circles tight. Just gonna grab a few more of these. They're due back in about 4 minutes. Shout out to Brittany with the 5. Thank you, Brittany. Brittany says, inside info, her boyfriend used her phone and account to secure the Airbnb. And she's right. Brittany is right, guys, because the Airbnb was under somebody else's names, not Alicia's. Next, it wasn't her. He didn't think the police would look into her. Yeah, because it's so odd. Like, why would Isaiah Chance, make sure that all this stuff was done secretively. And I mean, these are young boys that have full-blown military type of guns. And this is what the state used in their opening argument. I don't know if y'all remember that. They called them not the hit squad, they called them the assault team. They were like, here's the assault team moving in, here's the assault team shooting, here's the assault team taking out Charles. They called them like almost like a military assault team. Now, Brittany, I don't know if we need to find out the exact name of the person with the Airbnb, because I feel like I heard a different name yesterday. But thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it, sis. Shout out to Gloria, who's been with me for 13 months as AV. Was Alicia offered a plea deal? Now, Gloria, Ms. Gloria, chat has been debating about this for like 5 days, right? And we had to dig and dig and dig. I had to go through Alicia's official case file that's filed with the county in Florida. There is no record of a plea deal filed, right? Even if it's a proposal, if she does not accept that proposal, it still wouldn't be filed, right? So that's why it's missing from the case file. Now, her attorneys have done some interviews. The judge currently has them on a gag order, so they are not allowed to do any interviews while the case is in process. That's why you think Fox News was like, hey, V, we can't get the lawyers. You want to come on? I was like, sure. So, like they're not able to get the actual case files. But the defense team has confirmed that she was never offered a plea deal. So that is the skinny when it comes to that. There was a whole debate in chat because I don't know where it came from, but there is this piece of knowledge that's being shared that she was offered 18 years, right? Again, if Alicia is in the position as a defendant, I did not do anything. I'm not going down for anything that I didn't do. I'm going to fight this. So I believe that that is likely why she probably wanted to go first, because if you're in the seat of the defendant, if you didn't do anything, you truly believe that, why not? If you know there's no direct evidence, why not? But here's a problem. Here's a risk. If the prosecution team just put 38 witnesses in front of y'all, in front of a jury, 38, and they're still hoping to convict, still hoping to convince, we really have to see what happens here. So it's a risk. It is a risk, So we will see what happens. But anything since she's first, anything that happens in this trial can be used in the upcoming trials with the boys that actually pulled the triggers, with the boys that were actually involved. That's a different story. Queso just got convicted. What was it? September? 2-3 days. That was the shortest. That was so fast. All right, it's 1:15 right now. Let me check in on the courtroom. It's just unmuted so I can hear what's going on there. They're not back yet, but they are due back any second now. So as soon as they come back in, we will go from there. But thank you, Gloria, for being with me for over a year. And thank you again to Brittany for that super chat. All right, let's go back to Foolio's mom for now until they are back in the courtroom.
But Charles have more than drill music. That's just what they glorify. I have maybe 80 songs right now, and half of those songs don't have nothing to do with drill.
Are those songs going to be released soon?
Yes, I'm dropping an album. I was trying to drop it August the 18th on the day of his dad's birthday, but it's probably going to be, if I don't meet my deadline, it's going to be either the end of August or the beginning of September. But the album is dropping, and it's called Demigod. Okay.
And who's running his account? Is that something that you approve?
I'm running his account now. Before, somebody had his password or whatever, and I'm just able to retrieve it from his phone or whatever. But before, I wasn't running his account. But as of right now, you can see the different stuff on there now. Me posting songs or whatever. Now I am running the account.
Okay. And he's with Create Music, right?
He has a distribution deal with Create Music.
Okay, so that's who's going to be distributing the new album. Okay, okay. Um, man, is there anything you could have done differently? Like I said in the beginning of this interview, it's been 30 plus days, 32, 33 days that went by, and I know you had a lot of time to reflect. Is there anything you feel like you could have done differently?
No, because I was a good mom. I provided for my kids. I worked very hard to make sure they didn't have to steal nobody's car, make sure they don't have to go in the store and steal. My kids, which it's only two, like I said, my daughter is a teacher. My kids have never wanted for nothing, absolutely anything at all. So whatever they did, he did outside of me, he did that because he wanted to. So no, I got him, when I seen him rebelling, I got him the resources that he needed. I got him to YCC, Youth Crisis Center. I got him to the Daniel building, that's the help troubled boys at all. I even it even was a group where me and a handful of moms met up to a school to talk with police officers to get to stop all this stuff. I was there. I did that. I was with those moms and things of that sort. So I did absolutely everything I could to, and his son, my mama trying to make me happy, but she know I'm tired. Listen to your mama. I'm telling y'all to listen to your mama. My mama ain't never told me nothing wrong.
Yeah.
He's telling y'all that I have always been there. And so
I
wouldn't
said
have
that.
anything
He did say
differently.
that.
I wouldn't do anything differently because I was always there for my kids up until they are adults. If he getting pulled over by the police officer, they know me. The gang task know me. They know I'm gonna be there in 5 minutes flat. Hey, what's going on? What we got going? Hey, no, you know. So anytime he called me, I'm always there, or whatever. And like I said, he was never disrespectful to me, anything like that. But I wouldn't do nothing wrong because I always provided for them. We never had to stay in no type of lights not off, no food or anything like that, any of that. I took them places or whatever. My kids were spoiled.
Mm.
And I made sure I did that because I know I didn't have growing up. So like I say, when I was 17 years old in high school, I had to go out and work and provide and to keep up with people at the school I was at or whatever. I went to Rains High School. That's a back then that was a fashion school. So you had to be on top of your game going to that school or whatever. Yeah. So no, I wouldn't have did nothing differently. Nothing at all. Because what else could I have done differently? And I see people say that, oh, she failed him as a parent. How? He was in school. He didn't have to steal nothing, take nothing. I tried to get him the resources he needed. I had to ask even a judge, is there any programs or whatever that he get in? There's no programs for these kids unless they get in trouble and commit a crime when they're young. They got to commit a crime in order to get in some type of a program. So he went and commit no crime. So guess what? I couldn't get him into any of these camps or programs at all. So I think I did everything that I need to do to help Charles. And I don't regret anything. I know I was a great mother and still is a great mother.
So Julio's father died when he was about 14 years old. I see a few of you guys asking about that. 121, they did say 130. The judge still has to rule on if this interrogation footage is going to come in. And again, guys, I just got confirmation from Fox Orlando. So I will jump at 2:30 to get on that interview real quick, and then we will come right back. So I'll only be gone for 10 minutes, but we are going to start a second stream, okay? Shout out to Made by Love with she's been with me for 12 months, says she let him use her phone. That's right. She traveled to Tampa willingly, it sounds like. Went to the clubs. Yeah. Bought food for them, if we can tie those cash apps for that. Rode home 3 hours and hid. No calls to police. Guilty. Okay. Made by Love has spoken. She's just like, listen, I'm on the guilty side. You know, I'm waiting.
How aware were you? I mean, because you got the parents who are nosy, you got the parents who watch everything on social media every day. Were you the parent that was watching everything online
I guess
every
I'm
single day?
nosy. That's me. I'm on TikTok. TikTok don't really got nothing on there. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm on the Reddit app. I'm on Twitter Space. Yeah, I was that nosy parent.
So you knew a lot of things that was going on in the
Yeah.
streets.
Mm-hmm.
The he say, she say.
The he say, she say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I was that nosy parent.
Were you always questioning him about the stuff you were hearing?
Some stuff I would, but I didn't question him about everything or whatever, because he's not gonna do nothing but, Mom, why'd you listen to them on such and such or whatever? And some of the stuff be made up tales, lies, and things of that sort. Some of it just don't make no sense or whatever. But some things I was like, you seen what they said about this right here? Mom, why'd you calling me with that or whatever? But some things, yes, I asked him about. The things I questioned him about, not nothing directly with social media. The things I got on to him about is like a song that if I didn't like it.
Yeah.
That's what I get on to him about a song. He'd be like, well, you seen what they made? And I had to let him know you're bigger than that. I had to let him know, look at all the artists you done worked with. At a very young age. Very young age. You done worked with some of the top artists that they have never worked with and probably would never work with. Ever. You done been there and did that at 18 years old. So I tried to get him to know that, like, stop. If you say something about them, that ain't gonna do nothing, but they want you to say something about them, so they stuff could go up and it's gonna be going back and forth and all that stuff right there. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Earlier this year, or I think it was maybe late last year, he got shot in the foot. You made a post about it that went viral. You said that pray for my son, haters in this city shot him or whatever. He got shot in the foot. Mm-hmm. He doesn't change his car after that. He's still driving the same black car. Did you ever tell him or try to like convince him to switch cars or to move differently?
Yes, I did. Charles is gonna do what Charles want to do. He's going to do what he want to do. And yes, I did. And it doesn't matter if he was driving a red Pinto. If a person want to track you down or whatever, they're going to find a way to do so. But yes, I told him about that vehicle. If in another vehicle would that had happened? Possibly so, because the people had a mission. And so their mission was to do whatever it was or whatever at that particular time to him, regardless of what type of vehicle he was in. That vehicle don't have anything to do with what happened. He could have been in a rental. It still would have happened because they was just that determined to do so. Yeah. Because it's not like he drove all around in that car or whatever. And those cars are everywhere. Them black SRTs, they definitely everywhere. So I don't care what kind of car he was in, but yes, I did tell him they had a mission they wanted to complete it.
Yeah. Were there ever times where it was close calls or, like you said, people sitting out in the bushes waiting and trying to get him? And were there ever times where it was people were just super determined to try to get him and it just didn't happen that day?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Yeah. June 20.
Of course, I'm on mute. I was just saying I hear movement in the courtroom, y'all. So we're going to move over to the live feed and see what's going back there. They should be coming back from lunch. But real quick, I wanted to catch Gloria here. Thank you so much, Gloria. She says, I think Helena would be a good co-host with you one day since she's a lawyer. Helena, I didn't know you were... Helena, I didn't know you were barred, ma'am. Okay, she a mod over here. I know she was barred. Helena, are you an attorney? Can you confirm that? I would always love to have you on. She said, I would like to hear her thoughts. That would be... She says, no, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a paralegal. Okay. And we know how important that is to say. Anywho, Thank you, Helena. But yes, as you can see, Helena, you are loved in the Chatterhood, even as a paralegal. I'm not barred right now. I'm not practicing. I'm doing this work full time instead. But your value definitely helps. And as you can see, Miss Gloria is paying that forward. She's like, I want to hear from our Helena. Okay. Well, anywho, they are back in the courtroom. So why don't we go back there? And again, guys, I do have to jump for Fox 35 in Orlando in a little bit, but I wanted to make sure we get a full hour in before that happens. Let's do our thing.
And this is the original card on 75C. Was it like the photos?
We just failed to announce,
Yeah,
because
it was
I
just-
said 75, we already had 75-2 in, so
Right.
it is,
It's 12 through 16 was here, but then all of them weren't.
I created a new card for all of them, we just have to ensure that the record is clear. 75C. Did you want to put that on the record? Well, let's make sure we're on the same page with that.
Yeah, so 75C2 was admitted previously,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay? And then we're getting ready to move on to 75, correct? Or is
We
it?
are on 75. We're
Oh,
going
okay.
through 75, but I only said 75 when we admitted it, and there are subcategories, so the clerk needs us to pronounce the 1 through 13 with the exception of 2, which is already in.
Okay.
And so A and B as well, 75A, 75B?
Did A and B get admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, with the entirety of the exhibits, the business record certification and the device info.
Okay.
So A, B, and then C, 1, 3 through 13. This 2 was previously admitted.
Right. Correct?
Correct.
Okay,
C, B.
all right.
That is
Trash.
trash.
Yes.
One of the other-
No, that is trash, thank you.
Okay, so we're running out of time to talk about the defendant's Miranda interview, so jury's back here at 2 minutes. Okay,
Let's
How long is
talk
it?
about it.
Judge, it is approximately, 122.
an hour and 22?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna be able to watch that right now. So,
Ma'am, you didn't watch it during lunch?
all right, how much longer do you anticipate with your current witness, Detective Wars?
15 minutes.
And is Detective Ramos the next one?
He is, Judge. But we can certainly get started, but he's going to be lengthy, so.
Okay. 3.
Just let everybody go home for the day. You gotta watch it.
Robert Howard, when he was brought over, I guess then
Yeah, you'll probably send it back.
I'll send
Yeah.
it back there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Damn, they're sending the guy in custody back to jail.
Pardon me?
He's
Sure.
Man, the guy that was sitting back, he's been sitting back there all day. It's 1 o'clock, 1:32. Now they're gonna send him back to jail. Been sitting there since like 8 a.m. Man. Wow. That is Robert Howard. That's who was waiting in the back. He was supposed to testify today, tomorrow, but it looks like we're delayed.
Oh, okay.
See, she hasn't said anything yet, but if that interrogation footage is an hour and 32 minutes, she exhaled because she knows she needs to watch it. And she said that right before lunch. She has to watch that interrogation footage before it can come in. And that's why she's like, okay, you finished with this detective, the Cellbright detective. How much longer do you have with him? It sounds like they said 16 minutes. We haven't gotten to cross yet. The cross is going to be brief, but they're going to do cross on him. Then we get into Detective Ramos, which is going to be the whole day. It's going to be the rest of the whole day. You know, I mean, he's got so much evidence that has to come in through him for Alicia. But that interrogation footage being one of them, if I were her, I would have moved everything to tomorrow, let the jury go home early. Hey, but let's see what happens. What y'all got? You think we're gonna have a verdict on Friday or Monday? Type Friday or Monday, given this schedule. Closing is on Thursday. Type Friday or Monday. Wow. Damn, a majority of Mondays. Alicia had her baby in February. Monday. Justin said Tuesday. We're going up on a Tuesday. Few Fridays. Blue says Tuesday too. Keith says Friday. Peach, my Peachy, she says Friday. Frank says Monday. Nomenclature's like hung jury.
All right. Do we need to wait for, is Mr. Harmon here? We need to wait, or we can get going?
Judge, I think we can get going.
Okay, very good. Let's go and bring him in.
I would call you guys relatively split on Monday and Friday. Brittany, yes. Guys, Thug was released last Halloween. It was a year ago.
Okay.
It was right around this time.
Sorry. It's mine.
Judge, word. It's yours. Put that phone on mute. You better mute yourself.
All rise.
Siobhan, it looks like you got a membership from
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back.
From Hollywood.
The detective, you may proceed. Here, Amara.
Detective Warren, I believe when we left off, we were on the extraction for Alicia Andrews, 03 at Yahoo. We're still familiar with that extraction report. In looking at State's Exhibit 75C12, are you able to tell me the difference between the two dates that we see as it relates to?
Oh, what's happening
first
here?
stamp on the page versus the second?
It shows October 15th of 2023 at 11:02 PM, and the last modified time being 5/15/2024 at 9:34 AM.
And modified, as you've already described for us, can that mean copied, saved, updated?
It could just be a change to the picture. I'm not sure what the changes are. Viewing the thumbnails, it looks like it might just simply have been cropped, but I can't tell you for sure what the change was.
And the same as when we discussed the other thumbnail images, you would be able to access or enlarge the image from that date.
Yes.
Lastly, 75C15 from the same iCloud extraction.
Yes.
Is there some evidence that this is not a photograph and is instead a video?
Yes, if you look at the file name extension where it says file name, it says MOV, which is pretty indicative that it's a video file. But then again, as I explained earlier, Axiom takes frames from it. In this case, it took 10 frames from the video file and then put it to where you could see what the video potentially would have.
And just like as you did previously explain, are you able to then view each of the various screen grabs? You can watch the video as a whole, or you can actually look at it in parts.
Correct.
Now, as it relates to the extractions or really any device, are you familiar with who the phones belong to, where the whose phones the extractions came from, the circumstances under which this information would have even been provided to you?
I know the information that Apple provides to me as far as what account it's associated with. As far as who's in control of that account or device, I do not.
You don't know the facts or circumstances surrounding the case?
I know the general facts of the case, but I don't know about the individual evidence items.
How about your involvement otherwise in cases like this? Are you out, on the street and interviewing witnesses, investigating potential suspects, things like that?
No, well, we do interview suspects as far as our child exploitation cases, but when it comes to homicides or other cases for that matter, where my role is primarily digital forensics, we don't typically go out to the scenes. We just handle the processing and extraction portion of it.
You would not be able to, for example, in this moment, look to the image that we just saw in 75C13 and identify the individual that's depicted.
There's two individuals, but no, I don't know anyone in this case specifically. I couldn't pick them out by photographs.
And for this particular case, it is the scenario for which you've mentioned, which is you would have information relevant to the homicide investigation. It's not like you would be interviewing like you would on a child exploitation case.
Correct. I did not interview or did not interview anybody in this case.
You'd only received the evidence from the lead detective and a request to do the digital examinations.
Correct.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 94. Would you take a look at that, please? Do you recognize the reports depicted in 94?
Yes.
Thank y'all for gifting memberships. I just wrote them all down, so we'll shout it out in a second. Miss Siobhan, Mr. DW, thank you. Miss or Mr. DW, thank you. Oh, are those her parents? Who that? Who's Who's that? The woman looks like Alicia. Okay, y'all are on Babygate. That really did look like Michelle. I ain't gonna hold you, Mom. That looked like Michelle. Cassie saw it too.
And do the items that are depicted in states 94A through C, 1 through 7, accurately, fairly and accurately depict the extraction reports, or some of the extraction reports from the Rockout Sean account that we previously mentioned.
Yes.
What program were these reports opened in?
Celebrate.
So just like the previous or earlier Celebrite that we were able to view, did we receive an extraction or a report, with device information?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm the device Apple ID associated to this report?
Yes.
And what was that Apple ID?
The Rockout Sean at iCloud.com.
Nomenclature finally paid.
There was also a telephone number that you provided could be located at the MSISDN.
Yes.
And is that what's depicted here on this line?
Yes.
As in the last Celebrite report that we were viewing, were you also able to view under account name, in the account name column, an identifier of Sean Gathright?
Man.
Apple iCloud backup account for
Alicia, you don't know them?
Yes.
Alicia. This is why they bought it in. She lying. She knows them. She knows them. Why are you talking to Sean? Man, they done contradicted themselves in that opening statement. Amala just talked about this.
94C5. What are we looking at here?
This is a text message between two phone numbers.
Are you able to ascertain who the parties are to this text message conversation, or at least how are they identified via the report for the extraction?
And I'm sorry, I need to interrupt. What exhibit is this again?
94C5.
Look at the top, chat.
If it hasn't been moved into evidence, Your Honor, I would move the full exhibit in.
Okay, admitted.
And how are you able to identify the parties?
Celebrite has identified the owner of the account to be Sean Gathright, and then the second participant in the conversation to be that phone number 904-386-0925 with the name Ghost.
And where does the name that's depicted under the number come from?
It would be pulled from some database, usually contacts, but I'm assuming, or I'm not sure exactly where it came from.
Would it have been saved by the device user as Ghost, or does that come?
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
I don't know if that name was in the context.
The information that is there, so when you first receive a device itself, does the device auto-populate with the names of the individuals that are stored, or is the responsibility of the phone owner to populate contacts?
On an iPhone, it can suggest the contact, because if you say, hey, this is, so-and-so, it'll put suggestion, but this wasn't from a device. I believe this was from an iCloud account, so that name was stored within that message. So Celebrite pulled that information out of the database. I'm not sure
Wow.
where in the database that name was stored.
I'm actually going to show you, just slightly out of order, if I can have you look to 94C6. Can you see the type of entry that we're looking at here in 94C6?
Yes, this is from the contacts.
Okay, and what is contacts in a device?
That's where messages, or I'm sorry, where accounts are saved.
And who are they saved by? At a minimum, a person with access to the device.
Right, but contacts could also not just include, as far as Celebrite is concerned, phone numbers or names. It could be Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, like social media accounts. So we'll see a lot of items in the contacts. But as you can see, when you look into the source file, it shows address book and then the SQLite database after that. So specifically, this ghost contact was stored in the address book of the phone, so the contacts of the phone.
Now, as we go back to 94C5, are there messages exchanged between Sean Gathright, the owner of the device, and Ghost, or the number saved as Ghost?
Yes.
Can you tell me the date on which these communications begin?
6/6 of 24 at 4:43 a.m. and I see UTC -4, meaning that this message was or is being displayed in Eastern Standard Time.
See, she's not reading. No, we're going back. What does it say?
Standard Time.
Okay, can't hear you. Next. Make sure bruh in a good headspace before we go in with his move. We got bigger shit to tend to. And I can't see it because it's behind law and crime, but it says ass ninja energy right now. I can't see what's behind the words law. Let me see if we could slow it down a little bit. Let's put the speed down to 1.25. Okay. Damn, I can't catch it. Okay. He ain't worth AH Ninja Energy right now. That's what it says. All right. Okay. We got a screenshot of it. We put it back to regular speed. See, they're not reading that to us. Come on, man. Like, what are we doing?
In 94C4, are you able to tell me whether this is also another exchange between telephone numbers?
Yes.
Sean
And
sent
how are you
an
able to tell
address.
By looking at the phone numbers, I can see that it's the same phone number as before.
Same mechanism as identifiers underneath the exact phone number?
Yes.
And the owner of this device, identified as Sean Gathright, also still included?
Yes.
As it relates to the content of the first message that's depicted on the screen here, can you tell me what that says?
The message,
Yes.
it shows an address of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida 33613.
And on what date and at what time was that message sent from the individual GZ with a phone number ending in 4707 to Sean Gathright?
It shows 6/22/24 at 5:22 p.m. again in Eastern Standard Time.
I really haven't seen a projector in years. This is
From
fascinating.
the same iCloud return, looking at the search items tab, were there indications that a search had been conducted on this device around 10 p.m. on
Wally
June
World.
22nd of 2024?
Wally World.
Yes.
Are you able to determine what the content of that search was, or at least what was depicted in the value of the search at that time?
Teasers Gentlemen Club.
You already know, Frank.
94
You already know, Frank.
C2.
You know that's what he's
Can
gonna
you tell me what the difference is in the participants here?
Well, the only difference is I see that the iCloud account name plus the phone number, which are
both identifiers for that device that was being used.
When you are utilizing an iPhone and you engage in messaging utilizing the iMessage application on an iPhone, are you able to also send messages not only through your cellular data by the number, but also by email address?
Whatever the iCloud account is, yes.
The iCloud ID, is that what we were looking at?
The Apple ID, yes, but it doesn't have to be an at iCloud. It could be any email. But yes, you can send it by message. A lot of devices don't have, like iPads might not have any cellular service at all. So typically they would use an Apple ID.
And you could iMessage from that iPad without cellular service by connecting to Wi-Fi, something of that kind?
Correct. When I say cellular service, I'm talking about actually having a phone number assigned to it. So you can still, as long as you have Wi-Fi and you're signed into your iCloud account, you could send iMessages.
Goodness gracious.
Lastly, 94C1. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a text message with, shows 3 participants, but 2 of them appear to be the owner Apple accounts.
2 of them appear to be,
Like the Apple account like association. So the phone number is still associated with that Apple account for the owner, and then the actual iCloud email.
and that would still be the one with manager underneath it, that owner identifier?
Correct.
Even if this name under 3825 changes, so that in this particular set of messages, it indicates manager, but are you looking to the phone number that's actually depicted next to or above owner?
Right, the phone number. I believe that Celebrite is saying that this is the owner of the phone.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And lastly, 94C3. Is this another text message exchange that came from this device, owner name Sean Gathright?
I believe that this is still an iCloud account.
I'm sorry, I keep saying device, iCloud, return.
But yes, it shows that the message, or there are messages between that phone number that's associated with Sean Gathright, and then there's another phone number in there.
Are you able to identify the time from which the first message is actually sent?
The first message depicted here is 6:23 of 24 at 12:58 p.m. and in Eastern Standard Time.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
There's some exhibits that we're trying to locate from before lunch. I'll start with these, but I need to take a break.
The clerks, who's attempting to find them? Gotcha.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to take you through some of the exhibits, starting with the last one we kind of went through. This exhibit here, this is the iCloud from Sean Gathright, or at least the iCloud that belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm not sure if it belongs to him, but yeah, the identifiers show Sean Gathright as being the owner.
All right. The iCloud username is the Rockout Sean username.
Yes.
So this is not Alicia Andrews' iCloud.
I don't know, again, I can't associate it with anybody. I only can tell you the names that are on the accounts.
Got it. But on this account,
My thirst is
Rockout Sean,
quenching.
there's no indication that this account has Alicia
Oh, we
Andrews
on cross.
correct?
I have no idea if it is or is not.
All right. This message that you see here,
Do you know Alicia?
read that in the green.
I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched, I love you, Murphy.
All right. Murphy, do you have any context for who sent this message?
I don't know anybody in this case.
Listen, I knew he was going to ask that. But I walk back in the blue bubble. What does it say? It says F home and F you. Ooh, it's heating up.
At any point in time, did you meet with Detective Ramos to go over any of these iPhone devices or the iCloud returns
I don't recall specifically going over any specific artifacts.
with Detective Ramos
Correct.
or with any detective in the case?
No, I do the extractions, or I'll put them into some sort of software to where they can view it, and then I usually do a small supplement saying what I did, but as far as interpreting the data or seeing how data or items are relevant to the investigation, I don't typically take part in that unless it has to do with a child exploitation case that's assigned to me.
Understood. All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C4.
Yeah, let's talk about the feet. What's happening here?
You're not aware of the significance of this photograph. Is that correct?
Correct. And I believe it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is actually not a photograph, but it's a clip of a video.
So it's a still shot from a video?
I believe that that's what was presented. There's a video file, I think, that goes with this. That might have been just before that. It shows all the clips. Yes, sir. And then I believe that that image is just one frame from that video file. But regardless, I don't know the relevance of the video file or the image itself.
Showing you State's Exhibit 75C9. You're not aware of the significance of this photograph either,
No, sir.
or the relevance?
No, sir.
Missing something.
Men. I'm like, wait, go back. She had the red hair.
The significance of this photograph.
Wait on pause, AV. Let me look. Can't stand y'all. She's wearing a bathing suit with the hair, and the significance of this photograph is the tattoo. The tattoo in the middle of her chest says "Gutta" going down, which is the name of the boyfriend. But y'all men have to be men. Oh, hold on, AV, go back. I'm just saying, like, this is research, Chad. We doing research.
Either,
No, sir.
or the relevance.
No, sir.
And take y'all to no damn courtroom. Hold on, AV. Miss Love can get it.
Did you go through Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
No.
Not at all?
Other than I'll usually go through some of the reports just to show that the artifacts that you would expect to be in there are there, but as far as a specific message or a specific photo, no, I did not go looking for evidence relevant to the case.
All right. Do you know that there were nearly 370,000 artifacts in Alicia Andrews' iCloud return?
I'm not aware of how many artifacts there are in it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number you're telling me.
All right. The iCloud returns. Are you responsible for getting these returns from iCloud?
From Apple, yes, sir.
From Apple. You're responsible for doing that, and is that a lot of work?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of work because it's more of just a download, but as far as the knowledge it takes to be able to decrypt it and use the software that Apple requires you to use, because they use their own version of decryption software, so we have to download that, put in the passcode, and then unzip it, and then decrypt it, download it, and then put it back into a zip file and then process it. So it's a little bit of a process for a regular person who's never done it before.
Well, for someone in your position, is that a easy task?
It can be, depending how big the extraction is. Some of them, we've had to be 1 terabyte of data backed up, and some of that stuff can take a significant amount of time, and you have to go through the logs and make sure that nothing failed during the process, and if it did, you have to go download those individual zip folders and then make sure it's all there. So it's yes and no, depending on how big the backup is.
All right, so let's say it is a terabyte or something over a terabyte.
Yes.
How long would that typically take for you to download and get access to?
It could take, we've had it take weeks.
Nothing more than weeks?
It could take longer. I'm not sure because of the failures where you
Yeah.
have to keep going back after the information until you get it all downloaded. But with smaller ones, you know, we could have it maybe downloaded in a day and even sometimes parsed the same day.
All right, so if there are Apple iCloud accounts out there that were related to this case, at most it would have taken you weeks to get those Apple iCloud returns downloaded.
From the moment that Apple's created the response and that gets forwarded to us, it would at most, on average, a couple weeks to get the download. It doesn't typically take weeks if it's not that large of a file.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, Rita?
Really? That's it?
For a typical criminal investigation, in order to have Apple start preparing an iCloud return, do you need a search warrant to be authored, granted, issued to Apple for them to respond to that?
Yes.
And in this particular case, any search warrants would have been completed and shared to Apple by detectives.
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, you're free to go.
Thank you.
That was witness number 38.
Right, who's your next witness?
This State would call Detective Juan Ramos.
Oh, damn it! I gotta go do this interview. Ramos is coming now. The lead detective. All right, we're gonna go for 20 more minutes. Then I gotta go. I'm coming back at like literally 10 minutes after. I'm just gonna be gone for 10 minutes, chat. Detective Ramos is probably the most important witness we have, and we're gonna have him for all day, for the rest of the day. Oh, I need a whole page for this one. Let's see what he looks like.
Proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Juan Ramos
How are you employed?
with the Tampa Police Department
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
since October 13, 2015.
Prior to 2015, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a patrol deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 3 years and a military police officer with the United States Marine Corps for 6 years before that.
And before, what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been in homicide?
since February 6 of 2024.
Is that as a detective?
Yes,
Had you been a detective in another unit at the Tampa Police Department before coming to homicide?
yes, prior to homicide, I was a District 1 adverse violent crimes detective,
And how long were you in that position?
approximately 5 months.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to homicide that occurred at the Home to Suites at Holiday Inn located across from the University of South Florida?
I did.
What's the address of that area, specifically the Home to Suites?
11606 North McKinley Drive,
And what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County,
And what city?
Tampa, Florida.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was called to respond to that location by my supervisor as I was going to be the lead detective in the homicide that occurred there
What time did you arrive at the location?
at approximately 6:23 a.m.
Lead.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was the lead detective.
What are the responsibilities and duties of the lead detective in a homicide investigation?
The lead detective has the primary responsibility of gathering all the facts and conducting the investigation. So it's kind of like a team effort, but the lead detective would be the team captain, so to speak.
Are there other detectives in homicide that play a particular role in an investigation?
Yes.
And what role would that be?
So at the scene, we have the lead detective, and then we have the second lead. So there would be a detective that would assist the lead. And then at this specific scene, we also had two homicide scene detectives that would be there to process the scene and deal with the scene.
Who was the second that assisted you in this investigation?
Detective Aaron Campbell. He's a sergeant now, but yes.
You said that there were two detectives in charge of the crime scene detectives. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who were they?
They were Detective David Alverson and Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
When you arrived, had the crime scene perimeter already been established?
Yes,
Did you receive an initial briefing when you arrived?
I did.
Was your sergeant already on scene?
I believe so.
And who is that?
Sergeant Rachel Chonik.
When you first arrived, did you make your own observations and do a walkthrough of the crime scene?
I did.
And what were your observations?
I noted that the entire scene spanned from the south end of the homes to suites up through the north from there through adjoining parking lot to the Holiday Inn, which was right next to it. And the scene started at the south end of homes to suites where there were some shell casings and some impact strikes found and spanned north to where a black Dodge Charger and the victim's body was found.
Was the victim's body, was it still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Had the victim been tentatively identified at that point?
Yes, he was.
What information did you receive in regards to the victim?
I was notified that his name was Charles Jones and that he was a rapper by the stage name of Julio Foolio.
Were there officers with the Tampa Police Department that had already done some initial research into the background of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you previously been aware or knew who Charles Jones was before this investigation?
No.
What information was relayed to you regarding Charles Jones' background at the scene on June 23rd of 2024?
I learned that he was a prominent rapper out of Jacksonville who was in Tampa over the weekend to celebrate his birthday, and that he had been at a couple clubs before getting to the Homestead Suites.
Based on that information, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, in particular their gang unit?
Yes, I was ultimately put in contact with the Jacksonville gang unit.
Was there someone with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that was assigned to assist you and put as the lead for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And would that be in a role of assisting another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Who primarily, what law enforcement agency primarily has jurisdiction over any homicide that occurs within the borders of Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa?
It would be the City of Tampa Police Department.
When you were at the scene, were you made aware of any sort of witnesses or eyewitnesses to the homicide?
No eyewitnesses.
Was there any persons that were identified to you that were present with the victim, either in another vehicle or in the vehicle when this occurred?
Yes,
And did you attempt to take initial interviews at the scene?
I did.
Who did you interview at the scene?
I interviewed other people who were with the victim. The victim was found to have traveled to Homestead Suites as a part of a three-car entourage, 2 cars following his car, and still remaining at the scene was the vehicle of the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner, and the 2 occupants that were in her vehicle.
I think you said initially that the black Dodge Charger still contained the victim, is that correct?
Correct.
What were the make and models of the 2 other vehicles in the victim's entourage?
Armani Turner's vehicle was a Hyundai Sonata, gray or silver, I believe, and then there was a black Nissan Altima that belonged to Tafa McRae.
Was the black Nissan Altima, was that at that location, or was that later discovered at a different location?
That one was discovered at a different location. It was not at the scene at my arrival.
Now, you said that you interviewed Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the nature of her relationship to the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
At the time, she was the active girlfriend of Mr. Jones.
When did her interview occur?
It occurred approximately 7:30 a.m. at the scene. It was one of the first ones I did.
And when you say 7:30 a.m., are you saying June 23rd of 2024, going into the later morning hours?
Correct.
What was her demeanor at the time when you interviewed her?
She was visibly upset and about the situation, obviously.
Without going into what she said, was her interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was she put under oath?
Yes.
And did you take a statement from her?
Yes.
Were there any other individuals that were pointed out to you that had been in one of those 3 vehicles still at the scene over there at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was Miss Randolph, who was a friend of Armani Turner's, passenger of the front seat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata, and then Mr. Robert Howard, who was a backseat passenger of the Hyundai Sonata.
Again, did you take a interview with Miss Randolph?
I did.
Did she provide that to you?
Yes.
Was it recorded, and was it a sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Howard, same questions. Did you interview him as well?
Yes, I did.
Was it a recorded and sworn interview?
Yes, it was.
And did you, after those interviews, did you have an understanding as to what vehicle that they were in?
I did.
And what vehicle were those 3 individuals, Ms. Turner, Ms. Randolph, and Mr. Howard, in?
Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata.
At some point in the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was another vehicle with the victim's entourage or the victim's party that was not on scene at the Home to Suites?
I did.
Where was that vehicle located?
That vehicle was located on a Gates Drive just north of Advent Hospital nearby.
Had there been other members of the Tampa Police Department that had responded to that location?
Yes.
Were you also alerted that there were other victims that had been shot in this investigation?
I was.
Who had been shot, and when were you notified of that?
At the scene, I was notified by Sergeant Portman that there was 2 other occupants in Mr. Jones's Charger that were struck by gunfire, Gino Norris Jr. and Xavier Edwards, and I was told that they were transported to the Tampa General Hospital. And then I learned of Camilla Bentley being shot as well as an occupant of the Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima, and she self-transported to Advent Health.
When you arrived on scene, had any of those other victims, Miss Bentley, Mr. Edwards, or Mr. Norris, were they still on scene, or had they already been removed or left?
Removed or left. They were not there.
Going back to your briefing, at some point, did you make contact with Officer Bernard DeJesus?
I did.
And did you get any information with him concerning Jacksonville and the victims, where the victims were primarily from?
Yes.
Did you also get additional information specifically about his background and any sort of connection with the gang?
I did.
Can you tell us what you learned at that point?
Yes, I learned that the victim was a prominent rapper from Jacksonville and that he was associated with or a member of a gang called 6 Block, and that they had some rivals, ATK, NHG, and 1200, and that it was possible that some rivals had traveled down to Tampa and participated in this.
Did you get any information regarding what his known stage name was or what was his rapper name?
Yes, it was Julio Foolio.
Did you get any information as to what it was that he was doing in town?
He was celebrating his birthday, and also he had a paid performance at a club, Teasers on Nebraska.
During your investigation, did you yourself look at Charles Jones' Instagram account?
I did.
Did you find any sort of advertisements where he was advertising that he would be in Tampa appearing at Teasers or Truth 18?
I did.
When were those advertisements posted in relation to June 23rd of 2024? Is that something you can discern by looking at his Instagram?
Yes, the earliest posting that I found on his Instagram was from approximately June 14th, 8 days before he had to be in Tampa, and it was a flyer advertising that he would be at Teasers Club in Tampa, Florida.
Did it also alert individuals who would see that advertisement on Instagram the date that he would be in Tampa at Teasers?
Yes.
And what was that date?
That was going to be June 22nd.
And you said, I think you mentioned a couple of gangs, and I just want to make sure that I understand. You said that some of the initial information was that he was in 6 Block, I'm referring to Charles Jones, that you were also provided information from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as to who the potential rival gang members were. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you listed more than one. What were those gangs again?
ATK and potentially a subset group of ATK, NHG, and then also 1200.
And is that NHG, does that stand for No Hospital Gang?
Correct.
And then you also said 1200, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you again about the victims that survived, starting with Gino Norris. At some point, were you made aware of where they were transported to?
Yes, I was notified that Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards were transported to the Tampa General Hospital.
Did you yourself go to the Tampa General Hospital?
I did.
Did you attempt to take interviews with Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
I did.
Did you interview Gino Norris?
I did.
What sort of injuries did he have?
He had a gunshot wound to his upper right arm.
Were you able to do an interview with Xavier Edwards?
No.
Why not?
He was in surgery at the time that we were there.
At some point after he was out of surgery, were you apprised about what sort of injuries that Mr. Edwards had?
I was.
What injuries did Mr. Edwards have?
He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm and some graze wounds to the right side of his head.
Did you also go to Advent Hospital to interview Camilla Bentley?
I did.
Approximately what time did you go to Advent Hospital?
It was approximately 9 a.m., between 8:30 and 9 a.m. in that time frame.
Still on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Were you able to interview Miss Bentley?
No.
Why not?
She had checked out against medical advice and left the hospital prior to my arrival there.
At some point later in time, did you attempt to take a sworn recorded interview of Miss Bentley?
I tried to make contact with her. I didn't. I wasn't
Were you
able to.
ever able to?
No.
Tafa McCrae, are you aware who that individual is?
Yes.
How did you become aware of Mr. McCrae?
Mr. McCrae was still around Advent Health, and I spoke to him near his vehicle, which was parked just north of Advent Health.
And is that an apartment complex that was located on Gates Drive?
Correct.
Was Mr. McCrae, was he still present there at that location when you made contact with him?
He was.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
He was.
Did you learn at some point from other law enforcement officers with the Tampa Police Department that Mr. McCrae had willingly turned over a firearm to you?
I did.
Was that firearm in normal course taken and impounded by the Tampa Police Department so further testing could be done if necessary?
It was.
And the vehicle that Mr. McCrae had driven, you said that that was also located at that Gates Drive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did crime scene investigators and detectives from the Tampa Police Department go over there to photograph, document, and process that vehicle as well?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did that vehicle also have gunshot damage to the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to ask you about the video footage in this case. At some point, were you made aware that there was video footage that was collected from the home to suites?
Yes, I was.
When did you learn of the video footage that was collected at the home to suites?
Very early on at the scene.
Did you yourself watch the video footage from the home to suites?
I did.
Were there other sources and other cameras other than from the hotel itself of the homicide that occurred at home to suites?
Yes, there was important footage recovered from a Tesla that was parked next to the Homes to Suites.
How many times did you watch that video footage initially?
At the scene, a couple times.
During your observations or viewing the video footage, were there suspect vehicles that you became aware of that were relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
And what suspect vehicles were there and how many?
From the footage, we were able to determine two suspects' vehicles, a black Chevy Impala and a silver Chevy Cruze.
Did you ask for assistance with other Tampa police officers in helping to narrow down the year of the black Chevy Impala that was depicted in the video footage from home to suites?
Yes.
And at some point, were you able to narrow down and actually have the registered owner of the black Chevy Impala that was involved in this homicide?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that was done?
Yes, so we had a very good high-definition footage and a good description of the vehicle. So what we did was we conducted an extensive license plate reader search, having the make and models and the idea that they traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. We were able to find the actual identities of the vehicles through license plate reader technology.
Can you tell us a little bit about license plate reader technology and how that works?
Sure. So we have a system, a couple systems, Flock, Recore, are just a couple of the ones we use. And what they are is it's a database that you can go on and research, and it has access to cameras spread out all over different jurisdictions within Florida, cities, counties, on the highway. So basically, if you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa, you would probably pass many license plate readers throughout the drive.
And these license plate readers that are throughout Florida, do they have the ability to take a photograph of the license plate readers when it is identified?
Yes, a camera would scan the plate, and then there would be a photograph of the actual vehicle and the plate at the date and time that it was scanned and taken.
And do these license plate readers, do they also record the location of where the scan and the license plate was recognized?
Yes, they do.
Does it also record the date and time when it comes into contact with a certain license plate?
Yes, it does.
Now, you said that they're all over Florida. There are some on the highways and the roadways, is that correct?
Correct.
Could it be a still mounted camera that is on the highway above a traffic light?
Correct.
Can it also be mobile? Can there be license plate readers that are attached, for instance, to tow trucks?
Yes.
So they can be, there's various different locations all throughout the state of Florida that has this technology, is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you narrowed down the black Chevy Impala, did you have assistance from other fellow officers from the Tampa Police Department, including Detective Skull, as well as one of your civilian investigators who were able to track down and narrow it down to 3 tag numbers for that make and model of a black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
At some point, did your civilian investigator find and locate a black Chevy Impala that was in Hillsborough County during that time period, the weekend of the homicide?
Yes.
What was that tag number, do you remember?
68DLWD.
Who was it registered to?
It was registered to Damali Lyle out of Jacksonville, Florida.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn who Damali Lyle is related to in relation to one of the co-defendants in this homicide?
Yes, Damali Lyle is the mother of co-defendant Sean Gaithright.
And where does Damali Lyle live?
13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Located in Duval County?
Correct.
Did you locate the address of Sean Gaithright, one of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes.
Where does Mr. Gaithright live as well?
751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, Florida.
Did you also able to determine the license plate for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
How did you determine what the license plate was for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Once we have the black Impala identified, there's a variation that you can run in the system called the convoy feature. And what we would want to see is if any other plate hit at the same tag readers that the Impala hit at the same time in multiple locations, indicating that they're traveling together. And we did find a silver Chevy Cruze 2018 with a tag number of 30B NRI that hit at multiple LPRs with the Impala.
Did you learn who the silver Chevy Cruze with the tag number 30 BNRI belonged to?
Yes, Jasmine Glennon.
Does Jasmine Glennon have a relationship with any of the co-defendants in this case?
Yes, she shares a child.
All right, chat. It's about that time. I'm gonna be gone for 10 minutes, okay? I'm gonna go do this interview real quick on Fox and come back in 10 minutes. I've already set up this stream where it's gonna take all 1,000 of you guys and put you in the next stream. It's gonna all automatically do it. I set it up. You're all set, okay? So I'm gonna go have this quick conversation, tell these people about this case, come right back. I'm gonna pause it right here, and we're gonna pick up from right here, all right? It is 2:31 Eastern Standard Time, 10 minutes. I scheduled it for 3, but as soon as I'm done with them, I'm gonna come back and hit play, all right? So 10 minutes, little bit of a break. This is really important because I don't think that there are a lot of YouTube voices talking about this case enough. I have a platform where I'm one of the biggest that's talking about this case. And I mean live, right? I've watched it. You guys have watched it with me for a reason. We've gone through all 39 witnesses, and right now we're on witness number 39. This witness is the most important. He has a lot of information, and it is probably one of the last witnesses before the state rests its case. So I set y'all up. Fox 35 Orlando, if you want to check it out, they're live streaming on their channel. But yes, I'm going to pop on over there I don't want you to leave though, because I automatically set it up to put you guys in the new stream. Okay, so I will be right back. All right, right back. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, chat. Be right back. Thank you guys for all the love. I'll be right back.